RIDU is a state university that organizes academic, vocational, and professional education in defense, national security. The vision of RIDU is to become a world-class defense university in 2024 with research base that preserves national values. RIDU was established and inaugurated on 11th of March 2009. At the beginning of establishment, RIDU had two faculties, namely the Defense Strategic Faculty and Defense Management Faculty, which studied strategic national defense issues. On the basis of globalization, rapid technological change, constant change in circumstances, and the national defense facing dynamic threats, hence defense policy, analysis, and advanced defense technology are needed to maintain the state existent, as well as supporting national defense. Therefore, in 2017, Faculty of National Security and Defense Technology Faculty were established by RIDU. In order to support national defense, which is facing dynamic threats and significant changing era, in 2019, the doctoral program of defense science was established. The developments of the strategic environment, influences of globalization, and non-traditional problems which could erode the national defense are the reason why numerous threats occurred in all aspects of life, including the various diseases caused by viruses. Thus, these factors become the fundamental consideration for the Indonesian government at the end of August 2020 to initiate several bachelor degree programs in 4 faculties. Intending to empower and strengthen border areas and logistic needs, food security, and excellent human research, on August 30, 2021, RIDU established a functional faculty. Currently, RIDU has 3 campuses. The main campus in Sentul Bogor, the second campus in Salemba, Jakarta, and the third campus in Atambua, Belu, East Nusa Tenggara. In the area of research, students and lecturers of RIDU conduct international systematic research in science and technology that utilize supercomputers, big data, and artificial intelligence. While in the area of community service, students socialize state defense and RIDU programs by adapting futuristic Industrial Revolution 4.0 and Society 5.0 to digital technology utilizations which could be beneficial for both Indonesia and other nations of the world. In order to contribute to the development of defense science, RIDU has been conducting numerous national and international seminars through academic and non-academic institution collaboration. These seminars bring together science and practitioners from world-renowned universities.
So far, studying in Universitas Pertahanan or Indonesian Defense University has been so interesting because the professors are actually supporting, motivating us to start thinking about what we're going to do for our thesis.
It is my hope that after graduation, I would have acquired extensive knowledge and skills, and of course, the Indonesian culture. I hope also that the information gained through the learning and teaching process will help me and my country design better disaster management strategies.
This university is very interesting to upgrade my knowledge. Also, I can learn Indonesia language, lifestyle, cultures, and at the same time, I can exchange my culture to Indonesians.
I started the doctoral program couple years ago, I think. Yeah, a couple years ago. So I believe that there is nothing too late to study, right? Honestly, it was long and very hard path to get here, but it was worth to have the class and sitting here with all my super colleagues in cohort 4 doctoral program.
Has earned the A accreditation by the National Accreditation Agency for Higher Education and is currently pursuing international accreditations. By 2024, our RDU attempts to obtain world-class defense university by instilling the spirit of national defense for a brighter future of Indonesia.
Good morning, Dr. Morgan.
Good morning. And
Morning, and maybe evening in the US, yeah?
it is 8:45 in the evening and it's dark out. That's okay.
Yeah, what time there?
It's 8:46 p.m.
Oh, 8:46, yeah. Thank you for coming in our webinar, yeah?
It's an honor.
Thank you very much.
Selamat datang di Fakultas Farmasi Militer Universitas Pertahanan Republik Indonesia, bertempat di kawasan IPSC Sentul, Bogor. Didirikan oleh Kementerian Pertahanan pada 11 September 2020, menjadikan universitas ini berjiwa bela negara tinggi untuk mewujudkan pertahanan negara. Ancaman pertahanan negara dan keamanan nasional dalam era damai maupun perang mendorong berdirinya Fakultas Farmasi Militer sebagai penguatan kemiliteran dalam bidang farmasi. Oleh karena itu, perlunya penanganan khusus dari sumber daya manusia yang terlatih dan memiliki keahlian spesifik sehingga tenaga kesehatan khususnya farmasi dapat diterapkan secara optimal.
Misi Fakultas Farmasi Militer Universitas Pertahanan Republik Indonesia yaitu menjadi unggulan bidang farmasi militer pada tahun 2024 di tingkat global yang melestarikan nilai-nilai kebangsaan. Adapun perwujudan visi tersebut direpresentasikan melalui misi Fakultas Farmasi Militer Universitas Pertahanan Republik Indonesia sebagai berikut. Sedangkan visi program studi sarjana ilmu farmasi Fakultas Farmasi Militer Universitas Pertahanan Republik Indonesia yaitu menjadi pusat unggulan pendidikan sarjana ilmu farmasi yang memiliki semangat bela negara dalam bidang sains teknologi, farmasi klinik, dan farmasi militer untuk mengatasi tantangan terhadap pertahanan negara dan keamanan nasional. Adapun perwujudan visi tersebut direpresentasikan melalui misi program studi sarjana ilmu farmasi Fakultas Farmasi Militer Universitas Pertahanan Republik Indonesia sebagai berikut. Farmasi Militer memiliki satu program studi, yaitu program studi sarjana ilmu farmasi yang memiliki beban kuliah sebanyak 146 SKS dengan mata kuliah unggulan sebanyak 22% dari total keseluruhan SKS.
Berikut terlampir struktur organisasi Fakultas Farmasi Militer Universitas Pertahanan Republik Indonesia beserta dosen-dosen. Sebelum pembelajaran dimulai, ketua kelas melakukan laporan kekuatan jumlah personel yang siap melakukan pembelajaran.
Lapor, formasi, siap, mengikuti pembelajaran.
Lanjutkan.
Masukkan. Mulai, pelajaran, mulai. Mulai, siap,
Dalam kurun 2 tahun ini, Fakultas Farmasi Militer Universitas Pertahanan Republik Indonesia sudah menyumbangkan kontribusi di bidang penelitian, bukan hanya dari dosen saja, melainkan para kadet mahasiswa, terutama di 5 bidang farmasi, yaitu biologi farmasi, kimia farmasi, farmasi klinik, farmasetika, dan farmakologi serta farmasi militer yang dapat menunjang kehidupan di TNI. Penelitian tersebut berupa penetapan kadar suatu obat, pengujian aktivitas obat, dan mekanisme zat aktif dari bahan alam, pembelajaran mengenai bagaimana pengujian sediaan farmasi sehingga sediaan farmasi siap beredar di pasaran. Farmasi Militer Universitas Pertahanan Republik Indonesia memiliki pusat layanan konsultasi dan informasi obat sebagai sebuah pusat pelayanan beserta pusat studi farmasi militer. Para kadet dapat menambah wawasan keilmuan dengan melakukan literasi di perpustakaan dan ruang baca sebagai sarana referensi keilmuan yang dapat digunakan yang terdiri dari e-library dari Oxford dan Cambridge. Di samping mengembangkan kegiatan akademik, para kadet dituntut untuk memiliki fisik yang prima dan terengginas dengan memanfaatkan beberapa fasilitas olahraga seperti gym dan lapangan olahraga. Para kadet dapat memanfaatkan waktu sehari Sabtu dan Minggu untuk olahraga di gym dan lapangan. MES sebagai rumah kedua bagi para kadet untuk melaksanakan aktivitas sehari-harinya selain aktivitas pembelajaran di kampus. Di antaranya, bangun tidur pada pukul 4 dilanjutkan dengan menata kasur agar kasur tetap rapi. PUDD dirapikan. Olahraga pagi untuk menjaga kebugaran tubuh diiringi dengan penguatan seperti push up dan sit up. Kemudian belajar mandiri maupun diskusi di MES untuk menguatkan materi yang telah dipelajari di kampus Universitas Pertahanan Republik Indonesia. Para kadet melakukan kegiatan makan siang bersama secara terpimpin di dining hall. Fakultas Farmasi Militer Universitas Pertahanan Republik Indonesia menjalin kerjasama baik secara nasional maupun internasional dengan pihak internasional seperti Universitas Sains Malaysia, Mahidol University, dan Universitas Kebangsaan Malaysia, dengan lembaga TNI yaitu Lembaga Farmasi AU Rusian FNB, Lembaga Biomedis TNI AD, TNI AL, dengan universitas ternama seperti ITB, UI, UGM, UNPAD, BNNRI, PT Kimia Farma, dan pihak-pihak lainnya. Banyak prestasi yang ditorehkan oleh para kadet maupun para dosen. Salah satunya publikasi jurnal internasional oleh Kadet Musadat Furkon Baihaqi. Di samping itu, para dosen telah mempublikasikan banyak jurnal internasional berkelas kuartil 1 dan 2. Salah satunya berjudul Chemical Properties, Biological Activities and Poisoning Treatment of Novichok Review. Berbagai event telah dilaksanakan oleh Fakultas Farmasi Militer Universitas Pertahanan Republik Indonesia, di antaranya International Conference on Pharmaceutical Science and Military Pharmacy (ICOPMEP) dan Kuliah Pakar, dengan mengangkat berbagai tema yang berhubungan dengan farmasi militer yang telah dilakukan sebanyak 7 kali dalam 1 tahun. Para kadet tidak hanya menjalankan perkuliahan seperti pada umumnya, tetapi para kadet juga disibukkan dengan unit kegiatan mahasiswa yang dilaksanakan pada hari Sabtu, di antaranya kolintang, basket, voli, karya tulis ilmiah, debat, tenis meja, tenis lapangan, paduan suara yaitu suara Nusantara, silat merpati putih yang melatih para kadet untuk memiliki kekuatan fisik yang tangkas, kuat, dan terengginas, serta drum band.
Dr. Morgan, good morning.
Good morning.
Will you check your slide first?
I think I just did, and it looked like it worked, but I'll do it again.
Okay, so it's enough.
Okay, it should show that at least the sort of view right now.
Okay, that's good.
Okay,
Thank you.
so I will stop for the moment and then share when it's my turn.
Yes.
Selamat pagi, admin. Cek sound, apakah bisa diterima?
Siap, masuk, Bapak.
Yang mana ya adminnya ya? Nggak kelihatan di sini.
Kenapa? Kelihatan Pak Ses, terima kasih kehadiran.
Terima kasih Bu.
Ya, Pak Ses LP2M, terima kasih. Bapak Warek 1, terima kasih atas kehadirannya. Bapak Warek 2, Bapak Dekan FMIPAM.
Pagi Bu.
Pagi Prof.
Pagi.
Good morning, Deans of Pharmacy.
Good morning.
And to all participants, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for coming to our expert lecture. Good morning, Dekan FKN.
Good morning, ma'am.
Yeah.
Prof, good morning, Prof.
Thank you. Ya, itu yang panelis diganti ya, di rename, masih ada panelis namanya panelis.
Bobby is okay, Prof ya.
Ya, oke. Selamat pagi Pak Yuli, Kalapiau.
Pagi Pak Dekan FMP.
Selamat pagi, Prof.
Gimana?
Selamat pagi.
Selamat pagi, Pak Dekan.
Dekan FMP.
Selamat pagi, Dekan FMP.
Selamat pagi, Pak Dekan FM.
Pagi, Bapak. Bapak LP3M, Bapak Waret 1. Good morning.
Selamat pagi, Pak Samsul.
Morning, Pak Samsun Nasir.
Pagi. Good morning.
Morning. I thought you still honeymoon.
Oh. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Dr. Mark Morgan. How are you?
Not for me, Pak LP3M, but for my son.
Yeah, I know that.
Congratulations for the wedding ceremony, ya. Adekan.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof.
Morning,
Selamat pagi.
Ya.
Good morning.
Selamat pagi, Bapak Rektor.
Selamat pagi
Selamat pagi, Pak Rektor.
Selamat pagi.
Selamat pagi, Bapak Rektor. Terima kasih semuanya. Selamat pagi.
Sehat, Pak Rektor.
Sehat ya. Oke, terima kasih.
Sehat. Sudah hadir Pak Morgan, Pak Rektor di sini, Mr. Morgan dari DTRA.
Oh, oke. Yes, good morning, Dr. Morgan.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, nice to meet you today.
Nice to meet you as well, and the rest of the team. It's a good group tonight or this morning.
It is also our honor and also pleasure having the academic thought from you in this expert lecture.
Quite an honor on my side as well, and to the person who's just celebrating their honeymoon or just came back. My wife has put up with me for almost 42 years, and I still think we're on our honeymoon. So if you play it well.
Thank you very much, Dr. Morgan.
Sudah jam.
No.
His Excellencies, honorable speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may we have your attention, please? Kuliah Pakar Seri-9, Future Forces, the Countermeasures CBRNE issues, a pharmacy and health security perspective is about to begin. Please be seated. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. The Honorable Rector of the Republic of Indonesia Defense University, Vice Admiral Profesor Dr. Insinyur Amarullah Octavian, SC MSc, DESD, Asian Age, Indonesian Navy. Dean of the Faculty of Military Pharmacy, RIGU, Profesor Dr. Yahdiana Harahap, MS. The Honorable Speakers, Dr. Mark J. Morgan, PhD, from Security and Elimination Department, Cooperative Threat Reduction Program, DTRA. Professor Bong from KRBIOTECH, Konkuk University. And Dr. Rien Ritawidya from Pusat Teknologi Radioisotop dan Radiofarmaka, Rien. The Vice Rectors of RIGU, Dean of Vocational, Undergraduate, Magister, and Doctoral Program of RIGU, Head of Institute of RIGU, invited guests, lecturers, cadets, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to Kuliah Pakar Seri-9. This lecture is held by the Faculty of Military Pharmacy, Republik of Indonesia Defense University, in collaboration with Defense Threat Reduction Agency or DTRA, KRBIOTECH Konkuk University, South Korea, and Pusat Teknologi Radioisotop and Radiofarmaka, Rien. This event is also streamed live from YouTube channel of Fakultas Farmasi Militer Unhan Australia. I am Rien Ritawidya, and it is my pleasure and honor to be the MC for today's lecture. We would like to extend our very warm welcome to Excellencies, honorable speaker, distinguished guests, all participants, ladies and gentlemen, for joining this event. This event will be held until 11 a.m. and proceed with welcoming speech opening remarks, lecture session, and Q&A session. At the end of this lecture, we will also have a special announcement for the winners of PharmaCorp's competition. Therefore, we expect all the participants, ladies and gentlemen, to attend this event from beginning until the end. Moving along to next agenda, now we would like to invite you to rise and sing the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. Please take your position. Thank you. Excellencies, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to listen to the welcoming speech delivered by the Dean of the Faculty of Military Pharmacy, the Republic of Indonesia Defense University. Please welcome Professor Dr. Apoteker Yadiana Harhat, MS.
Thank you, Ibu Renata. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. Good morning. I have the honor to welcome Rector of the Republic of Indonesia Defense University, Vice Admiral Professor Dr. Insinyur Amarullah Octavian, MSc, DSD, ASEAN Eng, Indonesian Navy, and the distinguished speakers, Dr. Mark Morgan, PhD, from Defense Trade Reduction Agency, Professor Kim Yong Bong, CEO of KRBIOTECH, Konkuk University, South Korea, and Dr. Rien Ritawidya from the Radioisotope and Radiopharmacerutical Technology National Research and Innovation Agency, or BRIN. Vice Rectors, first and second echelon staff of the Republic of Indonesia Defense University, and I would like to extend also my warm welcome to Dean of Faculty of Farmasi Universitas Indonesia, Dean of Faculty of Farmasi Universitas Gadjah Mada, Dean of Faculty of Farmasi Universitas Pajajaran, Dean of School of Life Sciences I3L, Operational Director PT Bio Farma, lecturers and cadets of the Republic of Indonesia Defense University, and all the participants. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Mark Morgan, PhD, Professor Kim Yong Bong, and Dr. Rien Ritawidya for attending this forum and delivering the lectures. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Faculty of Military Pharmacy, the Republic of Indonesia Defense University, I'd like to welcome you to the Expert Lecture Series 9 with theme future forces to countermeasures CBRNE issues, a pharmacy and health security perspective. I regret we are unable to meet in person. However, our safety and health are the most priority. The aim of this expert lecture to educate the cadets, public, practitioners, academicians, and researchers to update the knowledge as well as to give a broadening perspective of the role of pharmacists in health system regarding the CBRNE issues in the military pharmacy field. This expert lecture series 9 will increase awareness from civilian and military personnel authorities that military pharmacists have important and multiple roles in the management of CBRNE threats. Thanks to the 915 participants who have registered for this event. Beside this Zoom platform, the participant can watch the live streaming platform at the Faculty of Military Pharmacy channel, official channel YouTube. The expert lecture series 9 is held by the initiation of the Faculty of Military Pharmacy, Republic of Indonesia Defense University. And this event is conducted as collaboration with Defense Trade Reduction Agency or DTRA and National Research and Innovation Agency, BRIN, and also as the implementation of our Memorandum of Understanding with KRBIOTECH, Konkuk University, South Korea. Today, we will deliver our distinguished speakers who are expert in chemical, biological, and radiological issues. The first speaker is Dr. Mark Morgan, PhD. He has a role as a hazard mitigation scientist or security and elimination subject matter expert in DTRA. His expertise in counter and deter emergency and disaster threats such as chemical threats is no doubt, as he is also a young professor in emergency and disaster management. Dr. Mark Morgan will deliver the lecture about strategic efforts to counter and deter chemical threats for health security. The second speaker is Professor Kim Yong Bong. He is a CEO of KRBIOTECH and also a professor of Konkuk University, South Korea. He has developed many kinds of biological products, including the baculovirus-based DNA vaccine for COVID-19. At this expert lecture, Prof. Kim Yong-bong will deliver the lecture about preventive and emergency response of infectious diseases through vaccination focused on DNA platform of baculovirus. And the third speaker is Dr. Rien Ritawidya. She is a scientist of Center of Radioisotope and Radiopharmacerutical Agency, BRIN, who's actively doing research in the field of radiopharmaceutical. Today, she will deliver a lecture about the application of radioisotope and radiopharmaceutical for theranostic. As young scientists, she inspired the cadets and also other millennials who interest to learn and developing the radioisotope and radiopharmaceutical technology. At last, I would like to say thank all participants and invitees who have taken the time to attend and participate in today's expert lecture. Also to all the members of the committee who have put up such a good work. Hopefully what we do today is a fruitful seed for the future and will provide benefits broadly for all mankind. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all my welcome speech as the Dean of the Faculty of Military Pharmacy, Republic of Indonesia Defense University. After this, our Honorable Rector of the Republic of Indonesia Defense University, Vice Admiral, Professor Dr. Insinyur Amarullah Octavian, MSc, DSD, Asian Eng, will officially open this expert lecture. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Salam bela negara.
Thank you, Professor Yadina, for the welcome speech. For the next agenda, we would like to listen to opening remarks delivered by the Rector of the Republic of Indonesia Defense University as to officially open the Kuliah Pakar Seri-9. With a big honor, please welcome Vice Admiral Professor Dr. Insinyur Amarullah Octavian, SC, MSc, DESD, Civilian Age, Indonesian Navy.
Thank you very much. Good morning, the honorable speakers, Dr. Mark Morgan, PhD, Professor Kim Yong-bung, and also Dr. Rien Ritawidya, distinguished Vice Rector, First and Second Echelon Staff of the Republic of Indonesia Defense University. And I would like to extend also my warm welcome to Dean of Faculty of Farmasi, Universitas Indonesia, Dean of Faculty of Farmasi, Universitas Gadjah Mada, Dean of Faculty of Farmasi, Universitas Pajajaran, Dean of School of Life Sciences, I3L, Operational Director PT Bio Farma, Lecturer and Cadet of the Republic of Indonesia Defense University, and all participants. Ladies and gentlemen, let us praise and thank God Almighty for His abundance of grace and gift. We can attend to the expert lecture series number 9, the Faculty of Military Pharmacy, the Republic of Indonesia Defense University 2022. CBRNE is an acronym for chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear, and high-yield explosive. This type of threat have the ability to create both mass casualties as well as mass disruption of society. It is important for the public to be aware of this type of threat. The Republic of Indonesia Defense University, as the educational institution which focus on national defense and security, has a responsibility to increase the public awareness to countermeasure any kind of threat, including CBRNE. This expert lecture aims to provide knowledge and sharing experience from the expert to increase awareness of civilian and military personnel, authorities, especially military pharmacies that have important and multiple role in the management of countering CBRNE threat. Its role are also related and depend on various variables, such as specific geopolitical threat, the place of pharmacies within their army, the country's budgetary means, and the organization of their health services. Among their operational implications are the manufacturing and distribution of preventive lots containing antidote, vaccine, antibiotic, and agent of decontamination. Overall, it appears that military pharmacies and their specific skill are suitable for CBRNE management. Globally, emergencies are becoming more intense, frequent, and non-conventional in nature. Unplanned development, accelerated industrialization, rapid urbanization, and climate change are among the many reasons for such an upsurge. In many, if not all, such emergencies, there is a significant human cost that demand the health sector to be operationally ready at all times. It also requires the health sector to collaborate closely with the relevant technical agencies as well as the security sector to ensure a coordinated response both at strategic and operational level. Nevertheless, the preparedness assessment conducted through the International Health Regulation 2005 related to monitoring and evaluation framework provide evidence to the contrary. The level of preparedness in the core areas of biosafety and biosecurity, chemical, radiological, and nuclear preparedness has been rated among the lowest. Ladies and gentlemen, CBRNE emergency can occur as a result of the industrial disaster, occupational exposure, natural catastrophe, warfare, or act of terrorism. Another threat like separatism activity is considered to be alert due to the high possibility of CBRNE weapon use. The military health services, in particular military pharmacies, play a main role in the national medical defense system against CBRNE risk. Recent development worldwide indicate that attack with chemical weapon and by extension chemical accident are to be expected. Treatment of the victim for some of the toxin is well known and all measures should be taken to provide health care organization with the necessary antidote. To adequately apply this precautionary measure in chaotic and difficult circumstances proper to chemical accident, several additional actions have to be taken, such as optimal training and education of healthcare personnel and optimal logistic support for storage and distribution of the antidote. The potential threat of radiation exposure can be many and vary, from occupational exposure in the course of civilian radiation operation through accidental release, illegal disposal of large-scale radiological event. Any type of exposure to radioactivity carries with it some degrees of risk, but exactly how the exposure affect an individual will depend on a variety of factors. Besides the radioisotope threat, there are many advantages of the radioisotope and radiopharmaceutical for its usage in therapy and diagnostic. There are also many widespread adoption of radioisotope as tool in pharmaceutical research. Through this expert lecture, we will learn about the current application and development of radioisotope and radiopharmaceutical use in the field of military pharmacy. Instead of chemical and radiation, bioterrorism, the malicious use of bacteria, viruses, or toxin with human, livestock, and crops as potential target, is of prime concern of authorities and healthcare organizations. Besides the non-current agent, the new transgenic pathogen were potentially to be weaponized for biological attack. It is important to mitigate those attacks by exploring the mass vaccination for confronting specific bioweapon. Hence, we need the knowledge and experience from experts how to respond to it. In Indonesia, the Indonesian Army has CBRNE Defense Unit and CBRN defense capabilities on board frigate and corvette of the Indonesian Navy. The Army unit is also under cooperation with the Ministry of Health, Indonesian Nuclear Power Regulator Agency, Veterinary Research Agency, and National Nuclear Power Agency. In several countries, the military authorities have developed specialized resources for CBRNE, including trained personnel as well as equipped. It is concerned on mitigation of CBRNE threatening and maintenance of the national security. It could be worthwhile also for civil authorities. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that by participating in this lecture, we are in the right place and at the right time. Together, let us accelerate the exchange of ideas and scaling up of good practices. I am confident that you will find new ideas fresh energy, and novel partnership to sustain your effort in support of overcoming CBRNE threat through science, technology, and innovation. I have come to the end of my remarks by thanking the committee, speakers, and participants to attend the expert lecture series number 9. Special thanks to the Dean of Faculty of Military Pharmacy, which has organized this excellent lecture. I hope this can provide benefit for all of us. Therefore, I pronounce that this lecture is officially open. Thank you. Salam bela negara.
Thank you so much for Vice Admiral Professor Dr. Insinyur Amarullah Octavian for the opening remarks as to officially open the lecture. Now we will take a photo documentation. To Excellencies, honorable speakers, distinguished guests, and participants, please turn on your video camera and give your best smile. I will lead the photo session. For the first slide, the second slide, the next slide, and the last slide. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, because there are another important task, Director of the Republic of Indonesia Defense University will leave the Zoom meeting. We thank you for your time to attend this meeting of Expert Lecture Series 9.
Terima kasih Bapak Rektor.
Oke, terima kasih. Thank you very much, Dr. Morgan.
Ya,
Profesor
thank you,
Bong.
Prof. Ya, thank you, Pak Rektor.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we continue to our lecture session, to begin our auspicious event this morning and to ask for the blessing of all, I will humbly invite everyone to pray. The prayer will be led by Mr. Joko Prasetyo.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, let us bow our head for a moment, pray to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, so that our expert lecture can be precious to all of us. I will lead this prayer based on the teaching of Islam, and those who are not Muslim, you are pleased to pray according to each of your belief. Auzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Hamdan syakirin, hamdan na'imin, hamdan yuafi na'amuhu wa yukafi mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbahi lil jalalil wajhikal karimi wa azimi sultanik. Allahumma inna nas'aluka salamatan fid din, wa afiyatan fi jazad, wa ziyadatan fi ilmi, wa barakatan fi rizki, wa taubatan qoblal maut, wa rahmatan indal maut, wa maghfiratan ba'dal maut. Allahumma fil lana wa liwalidayna wa lil muslimina wal muslimat wal mu'minina wal mu'minat al ahya'i minhum wal amwat innaka sami'un qaribun mujibud da'wat ya qadiyal hajat. Ya Allah, today we are holding an expert lecture 9 series. Make this lecture as a useful science assembly, as a medium of sharing useful ideas, knowledge, and experience for us. Ya Allah, guide and bless our hearts and our mind with the light of your guidance. Impart your supreme wisdom upon our activities. Help us to speak our mind clearly. Help us to listen to each other, respect each other, love each other, so that we are included to the blessed person. Ya Allah, show us the right path and give us knowledge and strength to perform good things. Forgive all our mistakes and accept our praise. Ya Allah, you are the one who can fulfill our dua. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies, now we will proceed to the lecture session of Pakar Seri-9. Lecture will be delivered by Dr. Mark J. Morgan, PhD, from Security and Elimination Department, Cooperative Threat Prediction Program, DTRA, with topic chemical threats, and health security. Professor Bong from KRBIOTECH, Konkuk University, South Korea, with topic Preventive and Emergency Response of Infectious Disease through Vaccination, focused on DNA platform of Baculovirus. And last but not least, Dr. Rien Ritawidya, M.Farm, from Pusat Teknologi Radioisotop and Radiofarmaka, RIN, with topic The Application of Radioisotop and Radiopharmaceutical for theranostic. This session will be conducted by Tesia Aisyah Rahmania, SSE, M.Farm, SC. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce our moderator this morning. Ibu Tesia is a lecturer of the Faculty of Military Pharmacy, the Republic of Indonesia Defense University. She completed her bachelor degree in chemistry from Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. After that, she got her master degree of pharmaceutical science from Universitas Gadjah Mada Yogyakarta. Her research project and publication focus on synthesis and medicinal chemistry. Some of them are synthesis and antifungal assay of analog curcumin, synthesis of citronellal propionate through filter esterification between propionic acid and citronellal from reduction product of citronella, and many more. Some of her work experience are staff legal drafting of Dewan Perwakilan Mahasiswa FMIPA, Yogyakarta State University, research assistant at Gadjah Mada University, lab assistant of organic chemistry, and also lab assistant of biochemistry. Without further ado, please welcome our moderator today, Tesia Aisyah Rahmania, SSE, and Farmasi. So Ibu Tesia, the time is yours.
All right, thank you, Bu Renata. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Rector of the Republik Indonesia Defense University, Vice Admiral Professor Dr. Insinyur Amarul Octavian, MSc, DESD, ASEAN, Indonesian Navy, the Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Military Pharmacy, RIDU, Professor Dr. Apothekar Yahdian Harhab, MS, the Honorable Echelon Staff of RIDU, the Honorable all of the speaker, Dr. Mark Morgan, Professor Kim Yong Bong, Dr. Rien Ritawidya, the Honorable all of the invited guests, all of military pharmacy cadet, and also all of the participants. First of all, let us thanks to Almighty Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Because of His blessing, we are able to come here to join in this expert lecture series 9. I am Tesia Aisyah Rahmania, moderator of today's event. I am very happy to see you here and welcome all of you. The expert lecture series 9 today is about future forces, the countermeasures, CBRNE issues, a pharmacy and healthy security perspective. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before this session starts, let me tell you how the session will go. First, the speaker will present the material. It's about 30 minutes. After that, there will be a question and answer about 15 minutes, followed by conclusion. Okay, now we will start our lecture session. Here, we already have Dr. Mark Morgan from United States Defense Threat Reduction Agency, or DTRA. Let me read his CV first. Okay. Dr. Morgan is a U.S. Army from Department of Defense Training. He got a bachelor degree in biology from University of Tennessee. He got master degree in Health Service Administration from Central Michigan University. And then he got PhD degree in Public Safety Emergency Management from Capella University. Dr. Morgan also have many publications. Among is in 2015, he published his research in Defense Technical Information Center about Joint Biological Agent Decontamination System. In 1998, he has publication entitled Fear Management, published in the Disaster Recovery Journal. Dr. Morgan has a lot of experience, over 40 years of experience, and is recognized and trusted in expert in the field of chemical warfare, weapon and agent elimination, and many more. Teaching at Western California University, U.S. Defense Intelligence College, University of Hawaii at Manoa, and many more. Now, allow me to welcome our invited guest, Dr. Morgan, with title Chemical Threats and Health Security. Okay, Dr. Morgan, good morning.
Yeah. Good morning.
Okay, are you ready, Dr. Morgan?
What's that?
Are you ready?
I am ready. I'll share my screen and then we can start.
Okay, Dr. Morgan, the time and screen is yours.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay.
And I often say to my students when I'm teaching that the floor is theirs unless they have a question. And so I don't have any questions. Hopefully everything will go well. First off, I'm going to say that I want to lay the groundwork somewhat and give you some background on chemical threats, health security, and a variety of other things. As during my introduction, it was mentioned that I had over 40 years experience. I actually did my first mass casualty exercise or event in 1978. And I have somewhat of an eclectic background. I also did cancer research in the late 70s using a toxin called abrin. I'll talk about a toxin that's on the Chemical Weapons Convention Schedule 1 called ricin, which is similar later on there in the discussion. And so I'll be providing some general background information, letting you know about how things look and what their effects are. And we'll explore those kinds of things. We'll talk about the types of chemical weapons, describe the properties of those weapons, recognizing the threat and misuse. We'll talk some about the physiological effects. And frankly, in the position that most of you are in as pharmacists or pharmacy students, you know a lot more about medical systems and the types of medicine and treatment and antidotes and other things than the doctors do. And so it has to be a team effort. And you have to think about ways to potentially consider off-label uses of some different pharmaceuticals to treat these symptoms. There are thousands of toxic chemicals out there, and I'll give you the number that the Organization for Prohibition of Chemical Weapons deals with, and their chemical handbook here in a few minutes. So a little preview of things to come as we get further on. So we'll talk about those things. I'll look forward to the questions. I'm also, as was mentioned, or not mentioned specifically, but I'm also a retired chemical officer. So I've worked across the area. I actually spent a little over a year on a chemical agent storage facility before the U.S. began to destroy its chemical stockpile on a place called Johnston Atoll, which is about 850 miles southwest of Hawaii. And so I've actually worked with munitions, made agent, and a variety of other things. So if questions come up, I'll try to give you a good answer to those as we go through. So the history of chemical warfare agents has been around for a long time. Legend tells us, mythology tells us that even the Romans and the Greeks in ancient history used toxic smokes and other things to affect battles. But we typically think of chemical weapons from the threat and historical perspective dating back to World War I, when the initial irritants and gases that were released were a variety of things. The biggest threat was the first use of chlorine was used and released. The Allied forces were in a fixed position in Belgium, and the German army came in and they brought in large tankers and then began to release what looked to be a green cloud, and that was chlorine. They later introduced the use of another agent called mustard. It was a distilled mustard agent. And frankly, it's kind of interesting. I was actually teaching a group of US Marines several years ago, and the question was asked about, was the mustard in the warfare agent any sort of similar to the mustard that you used on sandwiches and hot dogs and other things in food? And his friends and colleagues laughed at him a bit, but it gave me a chance to talk about the fact that mustard agent actually smells like garlic. And at the time during World War I, German mustard had a lot of garlic in it. And so when they began to smell the cloud of mustard agent, they thought of the mustard that they used on their sandwiches and things because of the garlic aroma. And that's where mustard became a reference used during that period. There were also, during World War II, there were some chemicals used by the Nazis in World War World War II. There were also some chemical warfare agents that were used by the Japanese, where they had blister agents and potentially cyanide weapons that were used in World War II in Asia against China and others. And frankly, right now, while the US is working hard to eliminate its chemical stockpile, the Japanese are working with the Chinese to destroy or eliminate some of the chemical warfare agents that were left in China by the Japanese. There's a chemical weapons destruction conference every year that's held in and sponsored by the Defense Scientific Technical Lab in England, where they talk about weapons destruction and what's taking place with that. And there's always an update from the Chinese and the Japanese on that progress. So it's been around for a while. During the Iran-Iraq War back in the 1980s, the Iraqi forces were using mustard agent against the Iranians. Mustard agent, of course, is a blister, and we'll talk about that in a few minutes. I will tell you that there were reports of more than 100,000 casualties, including about 30,000 deaths directly attributed to the use of the chemical warfare agents. So as you heard during the introduction, this is something that's a real threat and of a concern, so that we have an opportunity to use your expertise as military pharmacists to help treat people both on the battlefield and subsequent victims in a widespread area. There's also in 1995, there was an attack on a Tokyo subway system using the chemical warfare nerve agent called sarin. This was a very, very low technology type of attack. Frankly, they took the nerve agent sarin and they put it, and for lack of a better description, in plastic bags in a box. And when they were ready to make their attack, they simply took an umbrella and poked the bag to rupture it and allow the agent sarin to evaporate into the air and cause casualties and victims. There were only 13 deaths, but over 5,000 people reported to the hospitals in the area wanting to be treated and checked. There was a mass panic. And frankly, as you saw during my introduction, one of the things that I've done some research on historically has been fear management, to do a pre-stress psychoeducational inoculation. Our bio speaker in a little while will be talking about vaccinations and inoculations to protect you from biological warfare agents. The same way we can help people understand what to do in a mass casualty or disaster event by educating them, telling them what's out there, what the risks really are, what to expect, and what to do. So managing those expectations and helping people understand what they need to do in case of an attack, then they'll behave and respond accordingly and make management and treatment all the better. The Daesh, the ISIS or ISIL in 2011 synthesized mustard agent, as you see in the slide here from 2011. The interesting thing about those formulations is there was some criticism made because it was not a very pure or very stable synthesis of mustard. It would have a fairly less persistent period of time and would not stay in the environment for as long. However, it had the effect, it caused blisters and also created the terror and fear that allowed them to influence the community and the people that they wanted to influence. So it was very successful from that perspective, even though some of my friends that work in labs currently on a regular basis would have said, that's not a very pure mustard agent, but it still did the trick and allowed the effects to occur that they were interested in. And then there was the VX attack in 2017, an assassination of a North Korean national. One of the things that happened here was the young women who were used to deliver the agent thought they were playing a prank. Frankly, the fact that they were able to take a cloth that had been soaked in VX and walk through the airport where the attack occurred without creating any additional casualties. Gives you an idea of what VX is really like. I'll talk more specifically about its characteristics in a few minutes, but obviously it's clear that that doesn't have much of a vapor or gas or aerosol hazard. It's a contact issue. It has to get on your skin to have much of an effect. So we'll talk about that in a few moments. So when you look at the fact that from a chemical weapons perspective, you know, what are hazardous chemicals? And the way that the Chemical Weapons Convention describes it, the Chemical Weapons Convention, which is the treaty that was set up by the United Nations. And as I mentioned earlier, the Organization for Prohibition of Chemical Weapons is the implementing arm to help these things occur and be managed appropriately. The way it describes it, and I'm going to quote here, that any chemical which through its chemical action on life processes can cause death, temporary incapacitation, or permanent harm to humans or animals. And that includes all such chemicals regardless of their origin or their method of production, and regardless of whether they were produced in facilities, in munitions, or elsewhere. So when the ISIS organization made agent, they were in violation of that, even though as a non-country, they were not signatories from that. Now, I mentioned to you a moment ago that you look at the things, one of the things that we're going to talk about that you need to look at and concentrate as pharmacists is the types of impacts it has on human physiology. Because from the perspective of the Organization Prohibition of Chemical Weapons, they have a handbook on chemicals that they update every year. And then the version that just came out a few months ago, it included 2,143 scheduled chemicals. And this changes on a regular basis because 60 of those scheduled chemicals were added in the last 2 years. So as science and technology advances and we find more things that are toxic, or when nefarious actors, rogue nations, terrorist organizations begin to look at other things that can be used, like fentanyls or opioids to incapacitate people. Doing that is still covered by the Chemical Weapons Convention because they have that effect on human physiology and can cause definite long-term effects and other types of effects. So I want to talk for a few minutes about the classic or traditional chemical weapon agents. You probably know about some of these categories, but I want to touch on some of the practical aspects of them for a few moments, just to keep things in mind. Nerve agents, and the classic nerve agents are VX, Taboon or GA, Sarin or GB, Soman or GD, and sulfur mustard HD, Lewisite L, which is a choking agent. But let me go back and focus for a minute on the nerve agents themselves, because they're the ones that seem to scare more people and more things, even though blister agents aren't far behind. So VX and the other nerve agents, if you think about the fact that when you have insects or insect infestations, you get an insecticide or a pesticide to use against them, and many of those have the same type of acetylcholinesterase effect. So acetylcholinesterase, as you know from your studies as in physiology and your preparation and your studies to become the pharmacist, or to be as you are pharmacist, it causes the blockage of the acetylcholinesterase enzyme, which means the nerves fire continuously. So what happens is you end up with a rigid or hard paralysis. You begin to have muscle convulsions. Your pupils and your eyes will pinpoint or go very, very small, which causes dimness of vision and other things. But you need to understand, people talk about VX like it, and some reports will talk about with a small amount of VX, you can kill thousands of people. Well, VX in and to itself is a oily liquid, and in a laboratory grade quality, it's sort of a clear amber color. However, weaponized agent, and what you saw by the terrorist organizations in the Middle East, and what they were using, it was a black, dark, almost impossible to see through oily system. Now, just like oil, when you think about motor oil with vehicles and cars, and VX, frankly, in the weapons grade system and what could be used against our communities by terrorists is going to look like a thick motor oil. But just like if you have a motor oil in a glass or a beaker, you can't smell it because it doesn't have a high vapor pressure, and so it doesn't evaporate. It stays there. So it's an issue of causing problems when things come in contact with the skin or the eye. The stories about killing millions of people with only a gallon or so of VX would only be true if you could line everybody up and put a drop in each person's eye, which is the highest effect area. But that's not going to happen. So it's really a situation of coming in contact with it. Taboon is a GA agent. It's a dark amber in color. It evaporates fairly quickly and is very toxic. Think of rubbing alcohol. If you spill rubbing alcohol on the ground, it evaporates fairly quickly. So the taboon has a vapor hazard and an inhalation hazard. Sarin is also a colorless liquid and weapons grade. It gets a little darker, but it's a non-persistent agent. It doesn't hang around for a while, for very long. Neither does the GA taboon. Soman is in weapons grade, it is also dark brown. It does, however, leave a residual contamination in the area, and we'll talk about that in a few moments. The sulfur mustard is also an oily liquid. It's interesting though, sulfur mustard will skim over and seal itself, but the blisters it causes, think about the worst blister you've ever had from doing work with a scythe or a hammer or anything else. When you've not worn gloves, you've got a blister on your hand. Think about that, or when you've been running without socks, potentially, and you get a blister on your foot. Think about having those over large portions of your body. The mustard agent, the distilled mustard HD, which is the one that was made in the Middle East by terrorist organizations. It's the one that was also used in World War I by the Germans. There's also a mustard agent called lewisite, or L, and it also causes those kinds of tissue destruction. But in addition to that, it causes immediate pain, which is like a bee sting. So imagine being stung all over and it causes tissue destruction. And then there's also a mustard lewisite mix. In some areas of the world where it gets cooler, mustard actually freezes at a fairly warm temperature, relatively speaking. So in the 40 degrees Fahrenheit range, mustard will turn into a solid and not create the effects that it would create otherwise. However, you mix mustard and lewisite together, lewisite works, for lack of a better term, as an antifreeze. So you end up with an agent that will work over a wider spread area, and from an attacks perspective or a terrorism perspective, have an added effect of the immediate pain. So that works well. Blood agents are things along the lines of cyanogen chloride or hydrogen cyanide. Those were numbered in warfare categories. Cyanide chloride was CK, and hydrogen cyanide was AC. And the reason they're called blood agents is because they affect the blood's ability to release oxygen. So you end up with an oxygenated blood that's carrying throughout the body, but it cannot release oxygen to the cells where they can be used appropriately. So you end up with cherry red skin and flushing, where are some of the symptoms associated with that. Choking agent, the most prominent one in the literature is phosgene, or CG. Phosgene is used in the synthetic material, the leather substitutes and whatnot, vinyl and plastics, and it was actually used as a warfare gas in the past. In addition to the chemical warfare agents, the Organization for Prohibition of Chemical Weapons includes 2 biological toxins on their schedule. Schedule 1, which is the most highly toxic materials that they're concerned about. The one is saxitoxin, or paralytic shellfish poisoning, and the other is ricin. Saxitoxin is a white powder or crystal, and it creates a flaccid paralysis. So it involves the sodium pump at the cellular level and along the nerve cells So it stops firing, and whereas the classic warfare and nerve agents cause rigid paralysis, this causes flaccid paralysis. You get dilation of the pupils, and you basically, it's very, very toxic, and you basically relax to death, for lack of a better term. Ricin is the other. It comes from the castor bean. When I was doing cancer research back in the late 70s, I was working with a toxin called abrin. It comes from the rosary pea. Both are protein synthesis inhibitors. So what happens with those is as you're going through your life, sitting down, walking, other things causes micro insults to your cells. One of the marvelous things about creation is the body repairs itself all the time. Well, when you inhibit the protein synthesis, the body can't repair itself anymore. And so all these micro insults, even the pressure created from the beating heart causes damage. And since it can't repair itself, you end up dying from the accumulation of those micro insults to the body. The other thing you're looking at is improvised chemical threats. This is something that really, when you're looking at toxic materials and other things, creates one of the greatest threats and concerns, and where, again, you as pharmacists and pharmacy students can bring a lot to help with the communities and the people that are impacted by this. So in toxic industrial chemicals, or anything that's got a toxic nature, we look at the inherent toxicity and the disseminability, and I'll show some things about that in a moment. But think about the things that are produced in mass quantities in your country and around the world. So we have pesticides, a variety of different kinds of pesticides that can be used. There's oxidizers. There's the toxic industrial chemicals, agricultural chemicals, and other things where they're produced in those types of quantities. So these things can be fatal in a number of ways. So the chemical properties that influence a weapon's effect, there's two primarily that we're going to talk about briefly. The first is toxicity. So the inherent toxicity behind these materials is important. However, as you can see in the slide here, there was a case where a woman died during a water drinking contest, where you can actually, if you consume enough water or you inject enough water, that can cause significant illnesses, significant issues, and even death in some cases. So when you look at those types of chemicals, it's a wide range of things that are involved with that. So again, we look at that. We look at the fact that these toxins, toxic weapons can be about. So one of the things that you think about during the introduction, it was also mentioned about explosives. Well, one of the things that you can do with explosives that's fairly, from a technology perspective and a challenge perspective for terrorists and other organizations, is build something that's called a shape charge, where you focus the explosion into a very pinpoint location. And if you think about the fact that you have chlorine for water purification, you have bromine that is being used for other activities, you have the phosgenes that's stored in tanks that is in the environment. You have recently in the press, in the news, there was a plant in Ukraine that was a fertilizer plant that had ammonia, and the ammonia tanks were hit by some shelling, and ammonia was released into the environment and caused some effects. However, the civil defense system in Ukraine responded well. They evacuated the area, and there was very little impact, but the potential was there. So if you think about the fact that with high explosives, particularly with shape charges, you can put a hole in the kind of storage containers that are used at various industrial sites around the world to release agent into the environment and cause issues. So I said toxicity is one of the most important effects. The other is disseminability. If agent is just going to simply stay in a local area and not spread, then it becomes a contact hazard and is easier to contain. However, if you look at the fact that agents can be used and can be introduced into water, the water supply systems, they can be aerosolized as both, think of a fog in the morning or a smoke and how it disseminates. And then some of them become a gas and into themselves. And they create issues and challenges that cause either localized area. So most of the things are local, the liquids and the solids, unless the liquid evaporates, are local effects. However, when you think about things, you've probably heard about the pharmaceutical-based agents like the fentanyls, where those are primarily solid, saxitoxins are solid, ricins are solid, and those can cause wide area effects as well because you can pulverize them, make them in very small particles, and create an issue where people will come in contact with them. Some of the fentanyls can also be put in situations where they're dissolved in a organic solvent, and then they're disseminated, and when they land on the ground or land on wood or other surfaces, the solvent will evaporate, they'll recrystallize and create a problem where you've got a contact hazard with those kinds of agents where they're going to be absorbed through the skin from coming in contact with someone that's been contaminated with those types of agents. So again, I mentioned before the physiological effects and how they come into effect. So, you know, you've got the things that are choking, that cause vision issues, cause respiratory distress. There's a vomiting agent. There was an agent and is known to be in some stockpiles that are still identified in the world called Adamsite. It's actually called a vomiting agent. It was originally developed as a riot control agent, as people couldn't riot or cause much problems if they were vomiting. It also has arsenic in it, which makes it a particular challenge for cleaning up. Lewisite, which I mentioned earlier, also has arsenic in it. So if you think about the chemistry and the physiological effects that you've learned in your training and pharmaceutical school, that arsenic has got its own set of challenges. And then you have the nerve agents and the nerves and shaking and tremors and muscle cramping and other things that are associated with those. And then you've got overall systemic effects that can cause longer effects. When you think about that from the perspective of what can we do about it from a medical countermeasures perspective, we try to think about the priority toxidromes, those areas that can be affected. So the sheer number of chemical threats, the unpredictability of chemical incidents, and the rapid onset of these life-threatening injuries require the ready access to some of the effective treatments. So the challenge is that they're necessary for medical countermeasures have to be widely available rather than distributed from central stockpiles. You need to be able to have your pharmaceutical medical countermeasures scattered throughout any area that might have an effect. You need to have, like, for example, atropine has been an effective treatment for nerve agents and the neurological effects of nerve agents for years. And so having atropine or identifying the locations of atropine in the various parts of the community so you can use those if necessary. The pulmonary effects for pulmonary support and other things, respiratory effect, the vesicant agents, those that cause blisters. One of the things that's been developed and been widely used around the world is a system called reactive skin decon lotion, RSDL. It creates a barrier to protect the skin, but it's mainly used after the agent gets on it to neutralize it. But research and development is going on regularly to find ways to have pre-treatments to protect the skin from those types of agents. And the neurological agents do as well, where they're trying to develop some pre-treatments. One of the things that's interesting in that area, and one of the things that I will caution you or recommend to you, is that you think about having a good understanding of those countermeasures and the long-term effects. During the Gulf War, where the US went into the Middle East and was trying to into Iraq, one of the things that we were concerned about was the potential effects of nerve agents on our soldiers. And we had a nerve agent pre-treatment using protistigmine bromide to tie up a certain percentage of the acetylcholinesterase normally found in the human body. Because the countermeasures from that using a material called 2-PAM chloride and atropine, of course, would release that reserve acetylcholinesterase quicker than it would just simply free up those that were tied up by the nerve agent. The issue with that is it works really well. However, over a long term, taking the nerve agent pre-treatment made the soldiers more susceptible to low-level exposures to things like insecticides and insect repellents. So those things that normally the body could easily repair itself from now became a threat. And there's been a lot of research from various places around the globe. One of the best that I read came out of Duke University in North Carolina in the United States. And it ties that less resilient effect of the body to those minor insults to what's been called the Gulf War syndrome, where there were long-term neurological and memory effects and other things that were involved with that. So with that, this is my concluding slide. You need to make sure that you have an understanding of the threat. You need to recognize those effects and have a balanced protection. And what I would challenge you as pharmacists and pharmacy students is, again, as I said earlier, to think out of the box, to be creative. We talked about during the introduction, there was a discussion about knowing about things, combining the use of science and technology and innovation, and look at those things that are targeted at that different types of physiological effects. If it's against nerves or memory issues or other things, or skin or burns, and you look at the ways to do decontamination of skin in patients. So that's important. Mentioned earlier about the Iran-Iraq War. During the Iran-Iraq War, there was a doctor that was trained in France that had advanced treatments, but he needed a break, and he went out and took his mask off, lit up a cigarette, and became a victim. So make sure that you help people understand the effects. Think about things that could be used from a pharmaceutical perspective to neutralize some of these agents to protect the skin, to help remove the contamination. Things as simple as a dilute bleach solution, things that are oxidative in nature, soapy kinds of situations. Frankly, even using something as simple as baking soda and a slurry mix where you mix a solvent with it or water with it to make a salve to put on the skin will absorb and neutralize certain amounts of those warfare agents to make it safer for the patient and make it safer for the medical staff. And with that, I will conclude. And if we have any questions, then we can discuss those. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen. And so I'll ask any questions.
Yes, yeah. Okay, thank you, Dr. Morgan. It's very, very interesting presentation. Now we are come to the question and answer season. Maybe for the first question from cadets. Okay, there is Azhar and Brandon. Maybe Brandon first. Okay, Brandon, please. Brandon?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, Miss. Yes, please let me introduce myself. My name is Corporal Cadet Bernandi from the Indonesia Defense University Faculty of Military Pharmacy. I would like to ask to you, sir, Mr. Dr. Mark Morgan, PhD. My question is, as we all know that there is a significant increase on using chemical weapons in battles, do you think that in the future traditional style warfare using military soldiers will no longer apply? And whether using chemicals in warfare will increase unnecessary casualties and worsen the environment? Thank you, sir.
Okay, so you're asking for my opinion, and I will gladly share it. Biologicals, since you included that in your question, I will say biologicals will always be with us in one form or another. Frankly, throughout history, more people have died during warfare because of less than sanitary conditions, of having people gathered together and not having all the normal infrastructure for cleanliness and hygiene that they would normally have. More people die in warfare from endemic disease than they do of chemical warfare, biological intentional, bullets, people stabbing them, or anything else. So biological will always be with us. And frankly, having done cancer research with toxins, and I actually was the biological warfare subject matter expert for the U.S. Army back in the early 80s at the U.S. Army Chemical School, because that was in days of when they were the former Soviet Union was using something called yellow rain or triclothacene mycotoxins in Southeast Asia. We needed somebody that knew about toxins, and I knew about those. So those types of attacks, biological warfare is always effective, but you have to be careful to pick something that will not spread around the globe. So you want something with limited effects, but we'll talk about that perhaps on another occasion. So biological warfare will be around for a long time, but the endemic disease issue and threat will always be with us, and we need to guard against that. And you, in your role as a pharmacist, have to help with those kinds of exposures and things. So that's a great question. From a chemical perspective, frankly, chemical warfare in one form or another has also been proven to be very effective. You'll find different commentators talking about different things. Some people say it does not work well because it can't cause that big of an area of effect, but that's just simply not true. They don't understand it because, again, the motivation from a warfighter perspective is either to deny access to an area by using a persistent agent attack like VX or HD that hangs around for weeks to months to years. Frankly, I mentioned earlier that there was some mustard used in France by the Germans in World War I. The last time I heard about a farmer digging, doing plowing through his field or cutting down a tree that ended up getting blisters from those mustard agent that was used during World War I 100 years ago was about 5 years ago. So we're still having people that find little pools of mustard that have survived in the environment for that long. VX also hangs around for years and years unless you take active countermeasures to neutralize it. So it's effective to keep people from going to the area. It's also effective to cause people to be burdened by the personal protective equipment, the overgarments and masks and gloves that you have to wear to protect yourself, so that it makes an attacking force less effective. So those will also be used. And also the fact that the toxic industrial chemicals can be used nefariously or for evil purposes, taking things like phosgene that we used to make plastics and using that to cause effect in the community is still be a real threat. So I see those both continuing into the future, even though, as we started off with prayer, I hope and pray every day that this does not happen, but we have to be ready. And thank you for your question. It's an honor to meet you too, Corporal.
Okay, it is clear, Brandon? Or maybe is there any question?
Yes, thank you. That is really clear. Thank you, sir.
Okay, maybe for the next question, there is Azhar.
Yes.
Yes, please, Azhar.
Yes. Thank you so much for a great lecture, Dr. Morgan. And first of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Sergeant Cadet Muhammad Azhar. I'm from the Faculty of Military Pharmacy, the Republic of Indonesia Defense University. I sometimes ask myself,
Azhar? Oh, maybe Azhar lost sight now.
I'm afraid we lost him.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, we have...
Yes, please, Azhar.
He's back.
Yeah, he's back. Back with the name Yuda.
I'm sorry, I have a problem about...
Okay. Please, Azhar.
Let me continue. I sometimes ask myself, since I studied in a class discussing about CBRNE, talking about chemical weapons, how it process that occur when the attacker send an agent to a target, since the material is very dangerous, such as a poison, VX in case of King Jong-nam, that this material, if it touch our skin, will cause paralysis. My question is there any distribution process for this chemical agent designed to reach the target? And how can we prevent the distribution of this agent? That's it, thank you.
Well, as I mentioned earlier, agents and disseminability and the spreadability is one of the key top two characteristics when I'm looking at chemical warfare agents or the use of toxic industrial chemicals. So when you look at the chemical warfare agents, if I understand your question correctly, because you did break up a tiny bit, but no, due to no fault of yours. But when you look at the agents, the way they're targeted is if it's a persistent agent like mustard or VX, they typically will do what's called an air burst. So they'll take a weapon and it'll go over the area that they want to contaminate, and it will explode in the air and then rain down on the area to spread the contamination. Whereas for sarin and the cyanide agents and the choking agents, those kind of things, it's typically a ground burst where the explosion drives it up into the air. So that's the way you get the effects to go the way you want to go. So if you look at, and there's various models that can be used to plot on a map the way a plume will go down. It's basically a V shape. As it spreads, it gets wider and deeper as it goes through the environment, and also becomes more dilute, but it will cause effects over a larger area that way. So when I mentioned the sarin Tokyo attack of Amshirikyo from a few years ago, and they just simply took and poked holes in a plastic bag and allowed the agent to evaporate out into the enclosed container of a subway car. So it kept it concentrated and allowed it to evaporate to the point of concentration. So from a offensive perspective, that's the kind of ways that you try to target the agent to have the effect that you want to have. Hopefully that answers your question. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Azhar, it is clear, maybe?
Yes, it's very clear. Thank you so much for the answer.
Okay, thank
My
you,
honor.
Dr. Morgan. Thank you, Azhar. The next question maybe from the panelists or audience. Is there any question for Dr. Mark Morgan from panelists? Okay. Kathleen, maybe? Okay, yes, please, Kathleen. Cadet Kathleen.
Yeah, thanks for the time. Let me introduce myself. My name is Corporal Cadet Muhammad Kiban Saputra. I want to ask to Mr. Morgan. As we have heard, Indonesia is a country that has many entrants to allow threats that arise from all sides. While on the one hand, in this modern era, CBRNE weapons are threats that shall not be ruled out. What is Mr. Mark Morgan advice so that Indonesia can improve defense and security in the CBRNE file, as well as a curtain strategy to deal with victims affected by CBRNE? Thank you.
Yes, sir. So the advice, I'm going to start off. I don't know how many of you like to read novels or children's books and those kind of things. There was when my daughter was growing up, there was a series called Harry Potter. And in the Harry Potter books, there was a character named Mad-Eye Moody, who was a professor at that school. And what he used to say was constant vigilance. Paying attention to what's going on around you is the best advice I can give, because there's indicators that something's going on. There's indicators that something is somewhere, there's a device or a box somewhere it doesn't belong. Most of the agents will cause effects that you'll notice before they get to you. So paying attention to what's going around you is the first thing that you need to do. The second thing that we need to do, particularly those of us or those of you that are pharmacists and working on specific medical countermeasures, is to make sure that you've done your homework, that you've looked at the potential risk and what treatments may be available from that you have in country or that you might need to get, and make sure those are available. And then have a plan for how to distribute those to the community and take into effect and think about the ways you might do that to make it effective, but also to think about the characteristics. Most pharmaceuticals, as you all know better than I, have a shelf life, or if they're exposed to high temperatures, they denature and they don't work as well, or they don't work at all. So think about ways to distribute things. I've seen countries and communities that have talked about using the mail system to distribute pharmaceutical countermeasures and putting them in people's mailboxes and delivering them to their homes directly. Well, if you put something in a mailbox in the summer, it might not be good by the time they get it out. So just think about the practicality of preparedness and how you would make sure you can distribute or get those pharmaceuticals into the hands of the victims or doctors that need to use them. And so that kind of preparedness and that distribution strategy, you know more about how to do that and what can tolerate the environment than doctors would ever know. Does that make sense?
I think that's clear. I think that's clear, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, For the next question, maybe from the audience. On the Q&A box, chat box, maybe. From
Okay, she's written their question.
yeah, Edita. Dear Dr. Morgan, could you clarify more on the effective and economically affordable medical countermeasure for countering nerve agents? As we know, every nation has limited defense or health budget capabilities to protect the population.
Okay, there's a couple of things from the medical countermeasures that one of the, I mentioned atropine earlier, and atropine is used for a wide variety of things, and it's a fairly standard, being used in a lot of hospitals and other things. So if you look at things that have those types of effects, and you can use that so you don't have to stock something that's specialized. One of the reasons why I talked about the toxidromes and how it affects the body is you look at the things that you normally stock in your medical systems, at your hospitals, in your pharmacies, and then you see which of those might have a dual use or a secondary purpose of being able to use against toxic chemicals or chemical warfare agents. And that way you have a natural turnover in your stocks, and you'll have an additional availability and not have an undue cost where something's going to expire and it's going to be replaced later. And so that's the recommendation that I would give, to have it an effective and economically effective way to have those countermeasures, because you're using things that are used anyway.
Oh,
Hopefully
okay.
that makes sense to you.
Thank you, Dr. Morgan. Well, one more question, actually. When you mentioned about, basically the awareness, yeah, because you're telling us the more of the experience of what happened, like the one of the scientists who opened his mask and lit a cigarette. I believe in Indonesia, people doesn't have the same awareness of the threat of chemical and biological nerve or agents. Yeah, and that is why, because we are in the midst of pandemic, and then now people realize the threat. Yeah, in terms of chemical and biological threats, meaning that it could be anything. So basically what I'm thinking of is what are you trying to say is we have to use available resources, you mean, like the one that doesn't have dependable or expiry date, so you have to keep on renewing it. Is there any alternative besides certain medication, or is it has to be a specific thing that could be produced locally? Because I know that you have been doing this for since probably the 60s to 70s, so the history and you are into it, meaning that because these cadets that ask you a question, they Google for instance, what is the effect of napalm bomb in Vietnam War, correct? And then come 2020, they see what happened in Ukraine and the use of thermobaric weapons. And there is a gap of knowledge and history and experience as a nation. And that's why, because I'm trying to be not to be more, meaning I'm trying to be more what do you call it? More practical, yeah, in dealing with the situation right now. Because if you want a population to be aware of such things, you have to be able to give them a solution. So probably based on the experience for Southeast Asian countries, what kind of other, countering measures medically, locally, that is practical, that could be practical for people, because we know Indonesia is like 17,000 island, and most of us are in agriculture and sea, business, and this is posed quite a challenge, because the defense budget and the health budget of each nation is different, and we are struggling now coping with the challenge of the pandemic, the COVID. So I hope you can give us more insight into that, specifically for Southeast Asia. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, I can speak to that in a number of ways. First off, let me say, you talk about the napalm and the fact that it was thickened fuel and caused burns. So when you think about the mustard agents or the other vesicants that cause the skin disruption or whatnot, if you think about the types of treatment and the types of pharmaceutical measures that you have for burns or skin lesions or rashes, many will be effective in treating that kind of chemical warfare agent effect. So you'll find a way to, again, using either a dilute bleach with chlorine or oxidant or other things that would cause a neutralization of that agent. And then you can use a simple burn kind of treatment, whether that's a gel or something like aloe or a salve or something else, and treat the effects. When I'm teaching my students at Western Carolina, I always tell them that there are an infinite number of threats, hundreds or thousands of threats to their communities, but there's a limited number or a finite number of consequences or impacts. That's why I mentioned the toxidromes. If you think about anything that you've got that can treat skin problems, anything that you've got that can treat neurological problems, anything that you've got that can teach or target lung issues or effects that cause or esophageal burns and whatnot. Those kinds of treatments can be used against the chemical warfare agents that have the same impact. So looking at it from your perspective of being practical and using something that's got multiple uses, that's the kind of things that you're looking for. That's why I urge each of you, as you're going through pharmaceutical classes, looking at different drugs and treatments, what are the off-label approaches, the other things that they can be used for, and use your imagination so that you can help treat people should these types of events occur.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Morgan.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Edita, for question, and Dr. Morgan for the great answer. But sorry, Doctor, considering the time for the presentation has run out. Thank you, Dr. Morgan, for the nice and interesting lecture. Before we end this discussion session, let us give you a certificate to the Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Military Pharmacy, Professor Dr. Apothecary Diana Harahap. We invite you to provide a certificate.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Morgan, for the excellent presentation. It is really broadening our knowledge horizon about the chemical threat and also its effect. And as pharmacists, we should tackle this situation. Thank you, Dr. Morgan, for your presentation. And maybe later we can make the better collaboration, because we have the CBRNE lecture in our curriculum. Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Good night.
Yeah. Good night. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Yahdiana. Thank you, Dr. Morgan. Okay. Give applause to Dr. Morgan.
Yeah.
Okay, I will read the conclusion from Dr. Morgan's presentation. A chemical weapon had bad effect on physiology because has a long effect and very toxic. There are some types of chemical weapon agent, nerve, blister, blood, and choking agent. Chemical weapon can be solid, liquid, and gases delivered in liquid or vapor form. Such weapon burn the skin, eyes, swine fat, and lungs. Physical shock, depending on the level of exposure, make the immediate or make the appears after several hours. Although lethal in high concentration, blister agents seldom kill. Okay, thank you, Dr. Morgan. Hope we will see you again in another time. Doctor? Bye. Okay, bye.
Yeah,
Doctor.
bye, Dr. Morgan. See you again.
See you again. Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the cadets and the participants, this is the first lecture season in this morning. Very interesting, right? The next speaker will be no less interesting in delivering his presentation. The next lecture season will be presented by Prof. Kim Hyung Bong from KRBIOTECH, Konkuk University. with detailed preventive and emergency response of infectious diseases through vaccination focused on DNA platform of baculovirus. Let me read his curriculum vitae first. Prof. Kim Yong Bong got his bachelor degree in biology from Sogang University, Seoul, Korea. He got his master degree in genetic engineering from Songkyung Hwan University, Seoul, Korea. And then he got PhD degree in virology from Sogang University, Seoul, Korea. Prof. Kim also have many publications. Among others, in 2021, he published journal entitled Uncovering Quercetin Effect Against Influenza, a virus using network pharmacology and molecular docking. And in the same year, he published his research entitled Therapeutic Target and Biological Mechanism of Action of Curcumin against Zika virus in silico and in vitro analysis. And of course, there are many other publications. Prof. Kim has patent namely composition for anti-influenza virus comprising extract of Panicus trifolata, H1N1 antivirus active component extract from Brassica juncea, and many more patents. Prof. Kim has several professional positions in 2007 and 2011 as associate professor in Department of Animal Biotechnology, Konkuk University, Korea. 2012 as professor in Department of Biomedical Science and Engineering, Konkuk University, Korea. 2009 as CEO, KRBIOTECH Inc. 2022 until 2023 as President the Korean Society for Virology. And of course, many more professional positions. Now, allow me to welcome our invited speaker, Professor Kim Yong Bong. Prof. Kim, good morning, maybe.
Oh, thank you for nice introduction.
Okay. Prof. Kim, are you ready for the presentation?
Is it okay?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Clear and okay.
Okay.
Okay, all right. Prof. Kim, the time and screen is yours.
Okay, nice to meet you in virtual meeting. And my name is Yang Kim. I'm a professor at Konkuk University and also CEO of KRBIOTECH. I'm working with the vaccine development more than 20 years. So first of all, I would like to thank you to inviting this lecture, and especially thank you for Vice Admiral Professor Amarula Octavian and Dean Yadiana. Okay, my talk is baculovirus-based SARS-CoV DNA vaccine. So as you know, SARS-CoV is a pandemic virus. So it is a typical RNA virus. Comparatively, RNA virus of the RNA virus, SARS-CoV has a big size of a genome, around 30 kilo base RNA, plus sense single-strand RNA. Especially, it has a spike gene encoding the spike protein. Spike protein is a major antigen for receptor binding. So normally we focusing on the vaccine development, we targeting the spike gene protein. SARS-CoV, actually after the COVID-19 virus made the pandemic, a new type of vaccines has been developed, and the third booster vaccination is in progress. However, there are the intrinsic nature of the coronavirus. Coronavirus is every RNA virus. It has no proof-reading function. It means a mutation cannot change it. So mutation after mutation, they just go on. So since that Wuhan virus occurs, that after there are a lot of mutations called alpha, beta, gamma, delta, and currently Omicron variant is endemic in our country and worldwide. Maybe is next is Delta Cron, or we don't know which one, so we say is COVID X. So most of the mutation is occur in the spike gene, and especially receptor binding domain is from the original Wuhan virus. It has a lot of mutation site is reported in Omicron variant. Vaccine development is proceeding competitively around the world, and AstraZeneca, Moderna, Pfizer vaccine have already been approved and inoculated. This is a typical AstraZeneca using the adenoviral vector vaccine, is a plasmid vaccine and mRNA vaccine. So plasmid vaccine is developed by Inovio and Genexin. They started the clinical trial because the plasmid vaccine it requires electroporation to enter the cell. Once it enters the cell, especially you have to go to the nucleus to transcribe and make a mRNA. Then mRNA go outside the nucleus and translating the ribosome. But plasmid itself has no nuclear localizing signal, so is the major limit of plasmid DNA vaccine. But mRNA vaccine, it does not need to go to the nucleus. Once it enters the cell, it directly translates in the ribosome and make a antigen expression. So the reason why Moderna and Pfizer vaccine is successful in this vaccine competition. Adenovirus AstraZeneca is normally virus is the most efficient gene delivery vehicle made by God. So, but adenovirus is in using the receptor binding and is efficiently enter the cell, and it has a nuclear localizing signal. So it efficiently go to the nucleus and transcribed, and in the transcription they lot of mRNA and express. So theoretically it is very efficient, but problem is adenovirus itself has a pathogenic. So that make a side effect. And also most of people experience the adenovirus cold. So we already have an antibody against the adenovirus. So once it infects the memory B cell, eliciting the antibody against the adenovirus, then second boosting the memory virus, blocking the virus and enter into the cell. So we compare the COVID vaccine is adenoviral vaccine and mRNA vaccine. Vaccine is required first safety, efficacy, stability, and should be repeat vaccination. Safety portion, mRNA is better than adeno. Efficacy, theoretically, adenoviral vaccine is better than mRNA because mRNA vaccine just one gene make one protein. But adenovirus vaccine, it enter the one gene into the nucleus. They produce a lot of mRNA, so it is more efficient, but limiting is pre-existing antibody. Stability is mRNA vaccine is very stable. It's stable in the room temperature, but mRNA is especially requires the cold chain. Repeat vaccination, mRNA vaccine is no problem, but adenoviral vector vaccine, it make a viral vector antibody. So it cannot using the boosting shot. So currently problem with breakthrough infection. So we have to overcome this viral vector problem and mRNA vaccine problem. Our baculovirus system, it has a modified baculovirus. It overcome the problem and using the process advantage. mRNA vaccine has a safety. Viral vector has a human receptor usage very stable, and disadvantage is instability. Disadvantage is pathogenicity and pre-existing antibody. So I developed the baculovirus delivering a DNA vaccine because baculovirus is insect virus. Insect virus does not proliferate in the human cell or animal cell. They do not express a vector gene in animal cells, so it means safe. And baculovirus cannot enter the cell. So in order to accelerate the virus gene into the cell, I express the human endogenous retrovirus envelope outside the baculovirus envelope. So human endogenous retrovirus is 8% of the human gene. Our body make actually 2% of our genome using. So it means that our human endogenous retrovirus receptor is in our cell. So this envelope, so receptor using receptor is RDR receptor, is a receptor mediated endocytosis. Baculovirus go into the cell, and also it has a nuclear localizing signal, so efficiently DNA into the nucleus. This is a cartoon. So baculovirus using human receptor, RDR receptor, and they go inside the cell and cytoplasm. The gene is efficiently delivered to the nucleus and transcribed and express the vaccine antigen. Based on this cassette, we made a MERS vaccine. MERS vaccine is a Middle East respiratory syndrome coronavirus, same beta coronavirus. So MERS virus also is a major antigen, is spike gene. So we cloned and inserted the spike gene under the CMV promoter and make a baculovirus. Then baculovirus delivered this gene. So it's a full-length spike gene, and spike gene is cleaved S1, S2. So S1 gene only delivering. Another construct is a receptor binding domain only. So we made 3 construct recombinant baculovirus which delivering these genes, and check the expression of this gene in mammalian cell and Western blot. Normally vaccination, we we need a challenge with pathogenic virus. So in that case, we need an animal model. Normal mouse does not impact the Maret virus. So we made a human DP54 is a MERS receptor. So human DP54 expressing transgenic mouse. Then after infection with the MERS coronavirus, this virus will die. We did many groups for immunization and compare each immunogenicity and survivability. This is a survivability figure. For example, is a non-treat group. Non-treat group is they died on 11. But 100 survived group is S1 delivering 3 times immunization, S1 delivering 2 times immunization, full spike gene delivering 3 times immunization. The 3 group shows the 100% survivability. So finally, normal vaccine is 2 times immunization is the best condition. So we choose the AC Hub. S1 is a best vaccine candidate in MERS virus against the MERS virus. So MERS virus and SARS-CoV virus is the same family beta coronavirus. So the genome structure is similar. So we switched the SARS coronavirus spike gene in this region. And similarly, receptor binding domain, S1 region, full-length spike gene, and make a recombinant baculovirus and check the expression in the mammalian cell and immunized. At that time, we have no animal model, so we use the golden Syrian hamster. Golden Syrian hamster, they infected the coronavirus, but that's not lethal. So after immunization challenge with the coronavirus, but we just checked their body weight and it checked the immunogenicity and body weight. Finally, we decided full-length delivering is best immunogenicity. In most coronavirus cases, S1 delivering vaccine is best candidate for vaccine, but coronavirus require a full-length spike gene. Next, after Jackson Laboratory developed the transgenic mouse, which express the human ACE2. Human ACE2 is a coronavirus receptor, so express ACE2 mouse. This mouse model is when you impacted the coronavirus, is infection and lethal within 1 week, 2 weeks. Within 2 weeks, they die. This mice is, for example, is $100 US per mice. When you do this experiment, we purchased at least 100 mice and then test various immunogenicity. In this time, we immunized the SARS-CoV. At the time is a Wuhan strain. Our vaccine, everybody maybe received the vaccination. that is one strain, not a beta or omicron. So currently breakthrough infection, delta or omicron is because the vaccine and the current virus is different. Anyway, at that time, first we construct the one strain vaccine and check the immunogenicity IgG at first immunizer and second immunizer IgG increasing, and neutralizing antibody is very important for prevention. It's a normal index of the vaccine efficacy. But neutralizing antibodies compared to the Pfizer immunized person's sera is not higher than commercial vaccine. Anyway, it has a high T-cell immune response. We challenged the one coronavirus after, for example, first immunization and 4 weeks later boosting, and 2 weeks later we challenged. Non-challenged control is the mice lose the weight and die and day 9. But immunized mouse, all immunized mouse survive, and even though survived, they lose some weight and recovered. And also the lung virus titer is not 0 point. It's a little virus is detected in immunized and challenged mouse. The lung pathogenicity is a normal mouse, and this is immunized mouse challenged with one coronavirus, and there are a little virus detected. But control group, non-treated mouse is a strong inflammation and a virus in there and died. So we check the cellular immunity. It has a comparatively strong cellular immunity. So cellular immunity that suppresses the production of infectious coronavirus. The reason why this immunized virus is even they infected but survive. The conclusion is one vaccination. The neutralizing antibody capacity is lower than those who received the Pfizer vaccine. And also Ig2A isotype antibody is specific for Th1 mediated T-cell mediated immune response. Was significantly higher than IgG1 in the vaccination group. So it is a cell-mediated immunity played a vital role in the recovery of SARS-CoV-2 infection, because the vaccination group showed a mild weight loss and symptom that survived the 100%. During the process of the preclinical experiment with this vaccine, the Delta strain was first discovered in India at the end of 2002 and spread to more than 179 countries by November 2021, and making Delta virus is the world's leading infectious disease strain at that time. So I switched this one spike gene with Delta. At that time, I made this cleavage site, switched deleted the cleavage basic cleavage site. Then this protein do not cleave to, so original one expression is S4 and S1, but Delta construction deleted this region, then express the full length S1 only. And anyway, after construct this Delta virus and check the expression level, and this COVID-19 is 1 and COVID-19 Delta is Delta strain. So we named it like this, and expression level is similar. And this time we immunized and challenged with the Delta virus. So immunized scheme is the same. First immunization, second immunization 4 weeks later, and then 2 weeks later, challenge with, in this time, Delta strain. Compared to the one vaccine is Delta is higher immunogenicity. This is one vaccine. COVID-19 is a Asia of COVID-19. Yeah.
Sorry, there is only 5 minutes left for the presentation.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You spent a lot of time. I wait. Okay. Okay. Delta is a higher immunogenicity, and Delta shows the high neutralizing antibody. And challenge with the Delta virus in this time, and is a non-immunized one died day 9, and one vaccine immunized one is some of dead and recovered, and Delta is survived 100% without weight loss. So of the 14, the Delta immunized one challenged the Delta is survived 100%. One vaccine immunized one challenged with the Delta is 50% survived. So compared to the one prototype, Delta vaccine shows the improved the IgG and neutralizing antibody titer. After challenge with the Delta virus, Delta immunized one immunized group showed a 50% survival rate, but Delta immunized group shows the 100% survival rate because it's a homologous Delta challenge. So next time we check the cross protection evaluation. Is to compare, we made a adenovirus delivering one gene, adenovirus delivering Delta gene, and our construct baculovirus delivering one gene, baculovirus delivering Delta gene, and immunized the TG mouse and challenge with three different viruses: Wuhan virus, Delta virus, Omicron virus. So, and Delta challenge, for example, 100% Delta immunized one and protect the 100%, and non-treatment died 100% dead, and for example, one immunized one immunized one is 50% survival. So likewise, in this time, one one virus challenge. So one virus is one immunized vaccine protect one virus 100%. Omicron is a Delta immunized one. Challenge with Omicron, so the 100% survival. But as you can see, Omicron is very comparatively less pathogenic. It requires 14 days to die non-treated mouse. So this is come from the pathogenicity. The table is a one immunization, one challenge 100%, one immunization Delta challenge 50% survival. A Delta immunized one protected 70%, one Delta immunization Delta 100, Delta Omicron 100% protection. And this is adenovirus, also similar pattern of this data. So SARS-CoV virulence was clearly different because the average mouse survived day 6 Delta, 9 days 14 days Omicron. Is virulence is each different, and Delta vaccination provide 100% survival rate against the Delta Omicron virus challenge, while Wuhan virus had 71%. In future development, we develop multivalent vaccine showing cross protection against the virus mutation is required. So current problem is continuous emergence of a new mutant and still breakthrough infection. So vaccine efficiency is once vaccination, we have to it does not infect you. Even breakthrough infection, it does not progress the symptom, and also do not prevent and prevent transmission to other person. That is, so our vaccine, AC harbor baculovirus based COVID-19 vaccine can induce the mucosal, humoral, cellular immunity, but it cannot protect the heterologous challenge. So it requires further, this is a patent, we got a patent in China, Japan, Europe, US, and a lot of publication. So next time we cannot protect the, for example, Delta cannot protect the Wuhan. Wuhan cannot protect the Delta. So if we combination with the Delta and Wuhan, it will be protected Delta Wuhan. Omicron is weak, so including Omicron. So combination, likewise, influenza virus is a trivalent, quadrivalent vaccine now using. So likewise, future corona vaccine should be multivalent corona vaccine. In this case, then how to choose the standard strain? Currently, we working with the AI-based big database and deep learning. Through this deep learning, we can predict which future coronavirus will occur, and then we make a recombinant coronavirus. Then made a baculovirus delivering vaccine and make a multivalent corona vaccine is the next our vaccine project. So finally, we wanna return to normal life. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Prof.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Prof. Kim, for the nice presentation. Now we are come to the question and answer season. Maybe the first question from Cadet Farmasi, Cadet Nizam, maybe? Cadet Nizam. Hello, Cadet Nizam. Okay, the next, Cadet Salsabila. Yes, Cadet Salsabila, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, please.
Good morning. I'm Salsabila Handayani from Republic of Indonesia Defense University. Thank you, Prof. It's such an amazing presentation. And I would like to ask you about the DNA vaccine. How could and why DNA vaccine is used as the vaccine meanwhile the genetic material of SARS-CoV is RNA? And I'm curious about the articles that you've been done. Is there any possibility that variant of SARS-CoV will continuously come together like the Omicron? Thank you.
Yeah. We already made a Omicron vaccine, but vaccine construction is easy. But when you approve from the FDA, it requires preclinical, experimental, and clinical trial. It takes a lot of time. So that is a major limit of vaccine industry. Currently, we are undergoing the preclinical experiment.
Is it clear, Salsabila? Oh, Salsabila is lost of sight now. Okay, maybe the next question from Cadet Muhammad Raihan. Are you ready, Raihan?
Yes, ma'am.
Question? Yes, please.
All right, thank you for your opportunity. To Prof. Kim, is my voice clear? All right, for Prof. Kim, how do we adjust the material of the HF COVID-19 vaccine to ensure this vaccine is future-proof against various SARS-CoV-2 mutations in the future?
Rehan, maybe you can repeat your question.
All right, let me repeat my question.
Not clear.
For Prof. Kim, how do we adjust the material of the HF COVID-19 vaccine to ensure this vaccine is future-proof against various SARS-CoV-2 mutations in the future?
Sorry, I can't understand what you ask.
Raihan, maybe you can write your question from in the Q&A box because your voice is not clear. Okay. Mana? Okay. How does we adjust the material of the archive COVID-19 vaccine to ensure this vaccine is good?
Okay. Currently, for example, I made one target one vaccine. I made a Delta target Delta vaccine. I made a Omicron target Omicron vaccine. But it protects the homologous challenge, but it does not protect the heterologous challenge. For example, one vaccine cannot protect the Delta vaccine, even though they vaccination person they is a decreased symptom, but it's not sterile protector. It's not sterile protector. So future, I wanna make a, for example, we have a reverse genetic system. It just the transfection into the cell, it produces the COVID-19 virus. So it reverse system. When you design the, for example, deep learning and database, the future virus will be mutated like this. Then we, based on the prediction, we make a future coronavirus, and then check the pathogenicity and make a vaccine. And then based on the database, we'll make each different future virus vaccine, each different future coronavirus, and then check the cross protection rate. Is it answer?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Cadet Rehan and Prof. Kim. Maybe one question again. I will read the question from Q&A chat box. Prof, can you stop your share screen? Thank you. Yeah. Question from Trisha Rahmawati. Thank you for the comprehensive presentation. You mentioned in your presentation that the emergence of virus mutation is ongoing. In relation to that, based on your experience, how is the significance of big database or deep learning utilization is the pandemic preparedness? Thank you.
Is a question?
Yes.
I didn't see. Significance of a big database running utilization is pandemic preparedness. So it's AI, currently AI beaker. They first time is the fidelity is not the level of AI is level 1, 2, 3, 4. Likewise, database is not a rotary. It's just which region will be changed. The database stacking, and then the AI system is predicted the next which mutation will be occur next time. Even though it's not perfect, it's not 100% match, but it will be a little similar. Then we made that kind of virus and combination and check the difference of the neutralizing antibody, pathogenicity, cross-reactivity, and then based on the this database will make a multivalent vaccine.
Okay, thank you, Prof. But sorry, Prof, considering the time for the presentation has run out. Okay, I will read the conclusion from the Prof presentation. Baculovirus-based DNA vaccine that more safe than viral vector vaccine, baculovirus vaccine is safe and effective against the human system. In the future COVID-X, we can make multivalent vaccine. Okay, thank you, Prof. Kim, for the nice and interesting lecture in this morning. Before we end this discussion session, please let us give you a certificate to the Honorable Professor Dr. Apoteker Yahdiana Harahap. We invite you to provide a certificate.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Prof. Kim, for the comprehensive presentation about the development of baculovirus DNA-based vaccine. And also, we hope that our research collaboration will implement it soon for the preclinical and clinical trial in Indonesia. Yeah. We will wait, Prof. Kim, soon.
Hopefully.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, we give applause.
Applause. Okay. Thank you, Professor Hadiana, and thank you very much, Professor Kim. See you later in another time. Oke, baiklah Bapak dan Ibu hadirin sekalian, serta para kadet mahasiswa. Demikianlah sesi pertama dan sesi kedua kuliah pakar pada pagi hari ini. Selanjutnya kita akan langsung melanjutkan sesi kuliah pakar terakhir dengan narasumber yang tidak kalah menarik, yaitu Dr. Rien Ritawidya. Ibu Rien akan membawakan tema mengenai the application of Radioisotope and Radiopharmacerutical for theranostic. Namun sebelumnya, saya akan membacakan CV beliau terlebih dahulu. Dr. Rien mendapatkan gelar Bachelor di Chemistry University of Indonesia, Depok, Indonesia. Setelah itu, beliau mendapatkan gelar Master Farmasi pada Universitas of Indonesia di Depok, kemudian mendapatkan gelar PhD di bidang farmasi di Universitas Leipzig, Germany. Selain itu, Dr. Rien juga mendapatkan beberapa publikasi, yaitu pada tahun 2019 ada publikasi mengenai radiosynthesis and biological investigation of a novel fluorine label benzoimidazosarin based radioligand. Kemudian pada tahun 2019 juga mempublikasikan hasil penelitiannya, yaitu synthesis and in vitro evaluation of epiridinyl substitute benzoimidazole. Selain itu, Bu Rien juga mendapatkan paten pada tahun 2017 tentang 3-methylmidazole derivat dulfermenduk. Kemudian pada tahun 2019 mengenai proses pembuatan nanopartikel emas bertanda 198 AUNP. Kemudian pada tahun 2020 mendapatkan paten untuk senyawa kontraspesifik target untuk CT scan dan proses pembuatannya. Selain itu, Dr. Rien juga mendapatkan berbagai award pada tahun 2011, mendapatkan award Indonesian Innovation Specific Target for Breast Cancer Treatment Indonesia Ministry yang diperoleh dari Indonesian Ministry of Research and Technology. Pada tahun 2012, ini juga mendapatkan award dari Indonesia Innovation mengenai synthesis and application of polyamidoamine dendrimers encapsulated growth nanoparticle radioaktif. Baik, langsung saja kita undang narasumber terakhir kita untuk memaparkan materinya kepada Dr. Rien. Kami persilahkan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih sebelumnya saya ucapkan telah mengundang saya untuk bisa memberikan materi di kuliah pakar ini. Yang saya hormati Bapak Rektor, Bapak Profesor Dr. Insinyur Amarullah Octavian, Ibu Dekan, Prof. Dr. RPT Yadiana Harahap, dosen panutan saya. Senang sekali bisa bertemu dalam ruang Zoom ini.
Selamat pagi Bu Rien, selamat pagi. Terima kasih.
Kemudian yang saya hormati para dekan, para akademisi, para praktisi, dan juga adik-adik mahasiswa di Universitas Pertahanan Republik Indonesia. Salam kenal semuanya. Izin saya untuk bisa share screen. Apakah sudah terlihat presentasi saya?
Sudah, Bu. Sudah terlihat.
Baik, materi yang diberikan untuk saya untuk bisa saya bagikan adalah mengenai aplikasi radioisotop dan radiofarmaka untuk theranostic. Perkenalkan, saya Rien Ritawidya dari Pusat Riset Teknologi Radioisotop, Radiofarmaka, dan Biodosimetri, Badan Riset dan Inovasi Nasional. Ini adalah outlines dari presentasi siang hari ini.
Mohon maaf, Bu Rien.
Iya.
Slide-nya apakah bisa di slideshow?
Di saya sudah ya, di sana belum ya?
Oh iya, belum Bu. Tadi juga tidak terslide.
Diulang saja kali ya?
Oh iya, boleh Bu. Mungkin di stop dulu terus di share lagi ya Bu.
Apakah sudah terlihat slide-nya?
Belum, Bu.
Belum ya?
Iya.
Hmm,
Atau mungkin di slideshow dulu, baru di share screen ya, Bu. Jadi,
Oke, stop share dulu ya.
Ya.
Nggak muncul ya share screen-nya. Kalau saya slide slideshow itu tidak muncul apa namanya?
Bisa pencet tombol Windows, Bu, di keyboard.
Oke.
Kemudian masuk ke Zoom.
Harus sign in dulu ya.
Apakah sudah bisa, Bu? Bisa langsung share screen atau?
Soalnya ini diminta sign in lagi untuk ke Zoom-nya.
Oh, kalau sekarang langsung share screen bisa nggak, Bu? So.
Sudah share screen belum ya?
Sudah share screen, Bu.
Sudah, oke. Jadi judul presentasi siang hari ini adalah aplikasi radioisotop dan radiofarmaka untuk theranostic. Ini adalah outline dari presentasinya. Pertama adalah pendahuluan, kemudian theranostic radiofarmaka.
Mohon maaf, Bu Rin, slide-nya tidak berpindah, masih di slide pertama ya? Jadi slide-nya tidak berpindah, jadi di kami terlihatnya masih di slide pertama.
Oh gitu ya?
Iya.
Mungkin
atau mungkin
saya kirim gimana?
Oh iya, boleh Bu, dikirim saja, nanti kami bantu untuk share screen.
Mohon maaf ya.
Iya, tidak apa-apa, Bu. Bisa dikirim di chat box mungkin, Bu.
Sedang loading.
Ya, baik Bu. Kami tunggu.
Oke, saya kirimkan ke Bu Bantari.
Oh ya, baik. Baik, sudah terkirim Bu, akan coba kami share screen.
Oke.
Terima kasih Bu.
Terima kasih.
Baik, Bu Bantaris, segera akan share screen, Bu Rin.
Oke, terima kasih.
Ya.
Ya. Oke, terima kasih. Maaf sebelumnya atas kendala teknisnya. Mungkin lanjut ke slide berikutnya ya. Ya, ini outline-nya tadi sudah dijelaskan ada pendahuluan, kemudian ada radiofarmaka theranostic, ada kemudian selanjutnya ada radiofarmaka, maaf sebelumnya, Radiofarmaka theranostic untuk penggunaan klinis, kemudian Radiofarmaka berbasis peptida untuk theranostic, kemudian quality control dari Radiofarmaka theranostic, dan tantangan ke depannya. Lanjut. Ya, jadi beberapa terminologi yang akan saya jelaskan terlebih dahulu adalah mengenai nuklir farmasi. Jadi nuklir farmasi ini adalah area spesialis di farmasi yang melibatkan penyiapan atau dispensing material radioaktif yang digunakan untuk tujuan diagnosa dan terapi di bidang kedokteran nuklir. Nah, kedokteran nuklir ini adalah salah satu bagian dari kedokteran yang menggunakan radioactive tracer atau radiofarmaka untuk mendiagnosa dan mengobati penyakit. Nah, radiofarmaka itu bisa kita sebut sebagai radioactive drug, terdiri dari dua komponen, radioisotop atau radionuklida dan suatu obat atau farmaka ataupun senyawa kimia. Nah, radiofarmaka bisa juga kita sebut sebagai radiotracer karena diberikan kepada pasien dalam small chemical quantities yang kecil dan tidak menimbulkan efek farmakologi. Nah, kemudian radiofarmaka terapi ini jika dibandingkan dengan radioterapi itu berbeda karena radioterapi ini diberikan dari luar tubuh, sedangkan radiofarmaka itu diberikan untuk secara sistemik ataupun secara lokoregional. Nah, efek dari radiofarmaka terapi biasanya berasal atau disebabkan dari radioisotop yang menghasilkan suatu efek terapi yang dikarenakan ada mekanisme ionisasi di dalam sel kanker atau sel penyakit. Nah, radioterapi ini, radiofarmaka terapi dengan radiofarmaka ini setelah terbukti efektif dengan toksisitas yang minimal. Lanjut. Lanjut, bisa dilanjutkan? Ya, sebelumnya, ya. Setelahnya ya, ya. Ini adalah tipe radiasi dan kemampuan penetrasinya ke suatu materi. Jadi tadi yang saya sebutkan di slide sebelumnya bahwa radiofarmaka itu terdiri dari radionuklida atau radioisotop dan obat atau farmaka. Nah, ini radionuklida ini adalah suatu atom radioaktif yang memiliki inti yang tidak stabil sehingga menghasilkan suatu memberikan suatu energi radiasi berupa partikel alfa, beta ataupun energi radiasi berupa foton. Nah, partikel ini ataupun foton ini memiliki interaksi terhadap materi yang berbeda. Jika dilihat di gambar ini, partikel alfa dia bergerak lambat di udara dan bisa dihentikan oleh suatu materi kertas. Kemudian partikel beta lebih mudah bergerak di udara, kemudian dia dapat menembus materi lebih jauh daripada partikel alfa dan dia dapat dihentikan oleh suatu aluminium. Kemudian partikel gamma elektromagnetik atau foton radiasi gamma ini menembus materi dengan daya tembus yang paling besar dibandingkan partikel alfa dan beta. Nah, dasar dari interaksi partikel alfa, beta dan radiasi gamma ini terhadap materi inilah yang menjadi dasar penggunaan dari radionuklida ini untuk tujuan diagnosa ataupun terapi dari suatu penyakit. Karena radiasi gamma dapat menembus daya tembus yang paling tinggi dibandingkan partikel alfa dan beta, maka dia digunakan untuk imaging atau diagnosa suatu penyakit. Sedangkan partikel alfa dan beta karena memiliki daya tembus yang tidak lebih sedikit daripada atau lebih pendek daripada radiasi gamma, dan dia memiliki efek ionisasi dalam sel penyakit, maka dia digunakan untuk tujuan terapi suatu penyakit. Nah, selain radiasi gamma juga ada radiasi positron. Nah, ini yang digunakan untuk pencitraan dengan modalitas PET atau positron emission tomography. Lanjut. Nah, jika kita bandingkan, jika kita pergi ke suatu tempat ya dengan mobil dengan menggunakan GPS, kita menggunakan GPS ini untuk memandu kita untuk sampai ke lokasi tujuan kita. Nah, begitu juga dengan radiofarmaka. Jadi suatu obat ataupun farmaka ini kita ikatkan secara kimia dengan suatu radionuklida atau radioisotop. Nah, ini akan membentuk suatu radiofarmaka dan obat ini atau farmaka ini akan mengarahkan radionuklida ini untuk sampai ke situs atau tempat berpenyakit seperti tumor. Nah, posisi dari radionuklida ini dapat dideteksi oleh suatu modalitas atau pencitraan ya, modalitas pencitraan yaitu SPECT ataupun PET. Selanjutnya. Ini adalah modalitas pencitraan yang kita ketahui. Ada pencitraan yang menghasilkan suatu informasi mengenai anatomi tubuh, itu adalah MRI, X-ray, ataupun CT scan. Sedangkan PET atau positron emission tomography dan single photon emission computed tomography atau SPECT ini adalah modalitas nuklir yang dapat memberikan informasi mengenai fungsi dari organ di dalam tubuh atau functional imaging. Nah, dua macam modalitas ini, anatomical imaging ataupun functional imaging ini masing-masing memiliki kelebihan dan kekurangan dan sekarang ini kita mengenal yang namanya hybrid modalitas imaging. Jadi kombinasi dari mereka berdua ini dapat memberikan informasi mengenai fungsi dan anatomi tubuh yang berkaitan dengan suatu penyakit. Lanjut. Bisa dilanjut? Nah, seperti yang disebutkan di slide sebelumnya, ada modalitas di bidang kedokteran nuklir itu adalah PET dan SPECT. Nah, PET dan SPECT ini untuk bisa memberikan informasi mengenai penyakit di dalam tubuh ini memerlukan suatu Prof atau biomolekul. Nah, biomolekul ini adalah yang ditandai dengan suatu radionuklida. Untuk radionuklida untuk Prof atau bio atau tracer yang digunakan untuk pencitraan dengan PET adalah biomolekul yang ditandai oleh radionuklida pemancar positron. Nah, inilah contohnya adalah fluor 18 FDG. Nah, yang digunakan untuk mempelajari uptake glukos di dalam penyakit kanker. Nah, ini adalah basic prinsip dari pencitraan dengan PET, di mana jika suatu radio tracer PET diinjeksikan ke dalam tubuh makhluk hidup, maka positron yang dipancarkan oleh radionuklida pemancar positron itu akan berinteraksi dengan elektron di dalam tubuh untuk menghasilkan suatu proses yang dinamakan anihilasi. Nah, anihilasi ini menghasilkan dua pasang radiasi foton atau gamma senilai 511 kiloelektronvolt yang pada akhirnya nanti akan ditangkap oleh detektor radiasi untuk menghasilkan suatu citra atau image. Nah, prinsip dengan prinsip modalitas SPECT diantaranya adalah radio tracer atau radiofarmaka SPECT itu merupakan biomolekul yang ditandai atau diikatkan dengan suatu radionuklida pemancar radiasi gamma. Nah, radiasi gamma yang dipancarkan oleh radiofarmaka tersebut akan ditangkap oleh detektor radiasi. Nah, untuk menghasilkan suatu citra atau image. Nah, ini adalah bisa dilihat contohnya adalah iodium 123 MIBG yang merupakan yang struktur kimianya menyerupai norepinefrin yang digunakan untuk mendiagnosa kanker seperti neuroblastoma. Nah, jadi PET dan SPECT ini dapat menghasilkan suatu image atau visualisasi mengenai biodistribusi dari senyawa yang telah ditandai oleh suatu radionuklida atau radiofarmaka di dalam tubuh makhluk hidup. Kemudian modalitas PET dan SPECT ini dapat mengukur proses biokimia pada level seluler dan molekular. Kemudian PET dan SPECT dapat mendeteksi dan mendiagnosa berbagai macam penyakit, salah satunya adalah kanker, dan dapat mengevaluasi respon terhadap suatu treatment. Lanjut. Nah, radionuklida radionuklida apa saja yang dapat digunakan untuk tujuan diagnosa dan medis ini dapat dilihat di tabel ini ya. Jadi radionuklida medis ini dapat disesuaikan memiliki sifat fisik dan sifat nuklir yang berbeda. Dapat dilihat di tabel bahwa radionuklida medis ini memiliki waktu paruh, tipe emisi, energi emisinya, emisi radiasinya, kemudian sumber untuk memperoleh radionuklida ini, dan untuk tujuan apa. Jadi sehingga penggunaan radionuklida untuk diikatkan ke dalam suatu obat atau farmaka ini tergantung dari tujuan penggunaannya. Apakah untuk diagnosa dengan untuk pencitraan dengan menggunakan SPECT atau PET, ataupun disesuaikan untuk tujuannya untuk terapi. Jika untuk diagnosa berarti radionuklida yang kita ikatkan atau kita reaksikan ke dalam suatu obat atau farmaka adalah radionuklida diagnosa. Kemudian untuk tujuan terapi ini dapat dilihat di tabel yang di bawah ya, ada radionuklida diagnosa, terapi, dan theranostic atau yang dapat meliputi untuk tujuan terapi dan diagnosa. Lanjut. Radionuklida medis itu dapat diproduksi di beberapa fasilitas, yaitu di reaktor. Nah, di dalam reaktor ini terjadi suatu reaksi kimia ya yang dapat menghasilkan suatu radionuklida untuk tujuan medis. Contohnya di sini dapat dilihat di gambar ya, ada lutetium 176 yang digunakan sebagai target untuk menghasilkan radionuklida lutetium 177. Nah, kemudian selain itu, selain reaktor, radionuklida medis juga dapat dihasilkan di mesin siklotron atau merupakan suatu mesin pemercepat partikel. Ini contohnya adalah radionuklida yang dapat dihasilkan di siklotron ini adalah F18, yaitu radionuklida pemancar positron untuk tujuan diagnosa dengan PET. Ini menggunakan target air diperkaya O18, kemudian ditembak dengan proton untuk menghasilkan F18. Kemudian selain dari reaktor dan siklotron, radionuklida juga dapat dihasilkan dari generator radionuklida. Contohnya adalah untuk memperoleh radionuklida untuk SPECT ini adalah teknesium 99M dari generator MO99. Lanjut. Ini klasifikasi dari radiofarmaka. Jadi radiofarmaka terdiri dari sediaan radiofarmaka, kit radiofarmaka, kemudian generator radionuklida, dan prekursor radiofarmaka. Dapat dilihat di gambar di bawahnya ya. Ini adalah ada lutatera yang merupakan radiofarmaka, sediaan radiofarmaka untuk diagnosa kanker neuroendokrin. Kemudian di sebelahnya adalah 4 vial ini adalah kit radiofarmaka yang merupakan produk dari pusat riset kami, yaitu ada kit MDP untuk bone scan ya, untuk scanning tulang. Kemudian ada renal scan untuk ginjal, adalah kit radiofarmaka DTPA, dan juga ada kit etam botol untuk TB scan. Kemudian di sebelahnya adalah generator TC MOTC untuk masukkan TC99M, dan yang sebelahnya adalah yang paling kanan di atas dan bawah itu adalah prekursor radiofarmaka. Lanjut. Nah, ini kita mengenai radiofarmaka theranostic. Jadi theranostic itu terdiri dari diagnosa dan terapi. Jadi konsepnya ini adalah suatu biomolekul dapat ditandai atau diikatkan dengan suatu radionuklida, entah itu diagnosa atau terapi, dan radionuklida ini memiliki sifat kimia yang identik atau kurang lebih sama. Nah, penggunaan radiofarmaka theranostic yang untuk tujuan diagnosa ini dapat memprediksi apakah suatu pasien yang telah diberikan radiofarmaka ini dapat merespon terhadap terapi yang akan diberikan selanjutnya gitu. Nah, ini yang merupakan konsep dari personalized medicine. Lanjut. Nah, ini adalah komponen dari suatu radiofarmaka theranostic. Jadi terdiri dari suatu radionuklida, kemudian dihubungkan dengan suatu linker, kemudian komponen lainnya adalah vektor molekul, dan radionuklida ini tergantung dari tujuannya, tadi digunakan untuk tujuan diagnosa atau untuk terapi, jadi bisa disesuaikan dengan radionuklida yang dipakai. Kemudian vektor molekulnya ini adalah peptida, antibodi ataupun molekul-molekul kecil yang dapat digunakan untuk menarget kepada tujuan penyakitnya. Jika kita tahu bahwa kanker, tumor, dan penyakit lainnya itu memiliki fitur-fitur atau karakteristik yang kita bisa gunakan untuk penarget, gitu ya. Gitu. Dan radionuklida ini untuk bisa mengikat ke vektor molekul ini bisa dihubungkan dengan suatu linker, bisa berupa agen pengkelat seperti DTPA ataupun DOTA. Bisa dilanjut? Nah, ini adalah prinsip penargetan radiofarmaka untuk pencitraan tumor ya. Jadi targetnya itu yang seperti digambar sebelumnya, targetnya itu bisa terdiri dari reseptor, antigen, ataupun mentarget pada proses metabolik. Seperti contohnya tadi yang saya sebutkan adalah FDG, karena menarget kepada metabolisme glukosa gitu ya. Oke, lanjut. Nah, radiofarmaka theranostic ini terdiri dari 3 macam, multi-element theranostic, single element theranostic, dan single radionuclide theranostic. Nah, multi-element theranostic ini artinya suatu farmaka atau biomolekul ini bisa jadi contohnya adalah misalnya radionuklida gallium 68 ini memiliki sifat kimia yang sama dengan lutetium 177. Kemudian rhenium 186 dengan teknesium 99M. Artinya pasangan radionuklida ini bisa untuk mengikat atau mengikat atau menggandeng biomolekul atau obat yang sama gitu ya. Jadi kayak misalnya contohnya tadi ada Lu-dotatate ya untuk reseptor somatostatin. Ini dia bisa dotatate-nya ini konjugat dari radiofarmaka tersebut bisa ditandai dengan lutetium 177 atau dengan gallium 68 karena gallium dan Lu-177 ini memiliki sifat kimia yang kurang lebih identik atau sama. Nah, kemudian ada single element theranostic ini jadi satu unsur namun berbeda isotopnya, ini memiliki efek komplement terapeutik dan diagnostik yang saling mendukung. Contohnya adalah isotop scandium 4344 dan juga scandium 47. Kemudian ada single radionuclide theranostic, ini satu radionuklida tapi bisa berfungsi untuk diagnosa dan terapi. Contohnya adalah Copper 64 untuk pencitraan dengan positron emission tomography, dan juga karena Copper 64 ini mengemisikan atau meradiasikan partikel beta, jadi bisa digunakan untuk terapi. Lanjut. Nah, ini adalah contoh-contoh radiofarmaka yang sudah digunakan dalam klinis. Contohnya adalah radioiodin untuk penyakit tiroid. Nah, ini adalah contohnya. Jadi iodinnya itu bisa digandeng oleh atau diikatkan dengan iodium 131 untuk terapi, karena iodium 131 adalah radionuklida terapi. Kemudian juga digunakan untuk tujuan diagnosa atau imaging itu dengan menggunakan radionuklida diagnosa yaitu iodium 123 atau iodium 124. Nah, selanjutnya adalah MIBG untuk pencitraan kanker neuroblastoma pada pasien anak-anak ya. Nah, ini dengan nama dagang Azedra. Jika digunakan untuk tujuan terapi, maka radionuklida yang terikat pada MIBG ini adalah iodium 131. Kemudian untuk diagnosa adalah iodium 123. Selanjutnya, contoh lain dari radiofarmaka theranostic adalah samarium 153 EDTMP dan lutetium 17 EDTMP untuk agen paliatif untuk pasien kanker yang sudah bermetastasis. Biasanya kalau untuk pasien penderita kanker yang bermetastasis itu sudah sampai menyebar pada tulang sehingga dibutuhkan suatu painkiller untuk meredakan nyeri. Nah, kedua radiofarmaka ini sudah digunakan untuk untuk klinis ya, di dalam klinis. Lanjut. Nah, radiofarmaka yang untuk tujuan theranostic ini, untuk aplikasi theranostic ini, saat ini sudah pengembangannya berbasis kepada peptida. Jadi mengapa peptida? Karena peptida ini kita ketahui memiliki berat molekul yang lebih kecil daripada antibodi ya, sehingga lebih secara farmakokinetikanya dan waktu parobiologis di dalam tubuhnya juga lebih singkat dibandingkan antibodi yang berberat molekul lebih besar. Nah, selain itu reseptor peptida juga banyak ditemukan di penyakit-penyakit kanker. Contohnya adalah reseptor somatostatin yang banyak ditemukan atau dioverekspresikan pada tumor neuroendokrin. Nah, ini dapat dilihat di sini reseptor somatostatin ini berikatan secara alami dengan ligannya yaitu somatostatin 14. Namun somatostatin 14 ini tidak bisa digunakan untuk tujuan klinis karena mudah didegradasi oleh peptidase. Kemudian dikembangkanlah suatu oktriotida, suatu analognya sintetik, namun memiliki aktivitas yang sama dengan natural ligannya. Nah, contoh radiofarmaka yang sudah FDA approved dan digunakan untuk diagnosa dan imaging dari neuroendocrine tumor yang memiliki keluhan di gastroenteropankreatik. Ini adalah gallium 68 dotatok dan gallium 68 dotatet yang digunakan untuk pencitraan dengan menggunakan positron emission tomografi. Nah, penggunaan radiofarmaka diagnosa ini dapat memprediksi respon dari pasien itu apakah nantinya jika diberikan terapi dengan lutetium dotatet ini akan merespon. Nah, jika responnya ini prediksinya itu positif, maka pasien akan diberikan terapi lutetium 177 dotatet atau lutatera. Lanjut. Nah, radiofarmaka berbasis peptida lainnya untuk aplikasi theranostic adalah radiofarmaka berbasis PSMA inhibitor. Nah, ini karena PSMA banyak ditemukan pada kanker prostat, terutama untuk kanker prostat yang bermetastasis. Karena kanker prostat yang bermetastasis ini sudah tidak sensitif terhadap terapi-terapi hormonal ataupun kemoterapi. Oleh karena itu, radiofarmaka berbasis PSMA ini sudah banyak digunakan di klinis, namun belum mendapatkan izin untuk FDA. Salah satunya adalah lutetium. Boleh lanjut? Ya, ini adalah salah satu, bukan salah satu ya. Ini adalah beberapa radio tracer untuk menarget kepada PSMA yang ada di permukaan kanker prostat. Ini adalah spek radio tracer, iodium berbasis iodium 123, kemudian ada juga yang berbasis teknesium 99M untuk untuk diagnosa dan imaging dengan menggunakan spek. Kemudian untuk PET radio tracer ini adalah radiofarmaka yang saat ini banyak digunakan, namun masih digunakan compassionate use ya. Jadi karena belum mendapatkan izin FDA approve atau dari badan regulasi, namun karena penggunaannya ini sangat dibutuhkan oleh pasien-pasien yang kanker prostat yang bermetastasis, maka ini sudah banyak digunakan di klinis ya, LU 117 PSMA I dan T dan LU PSMA 617. Kemudian radiofarmaka diagnosanya adalah gallium 68 PSMA 11 yang bisa memprediksi respon terhadap pemberian radiofarmaka terapi nantinya jika pasien itu memerlukan suatu terapi. Lanjut. Ini adalah overview skema dari production release of Radiofarmaceutical. Jadi radiofarmaka itu awalnya adalah produksi yang meliputi produksi radionuklidanya, kemudian penyiapan radiofarmakanya yang meliputi melabel biomolekul atau obat tertentu. Kemudian dilanjutkan oleh purification atau reformulation. Kemudian ada kendali kualitas yang meliputi kemurnian kimianya, kemurnian radiokimianya, kemurnian radionuklidanya, pH, kemudian residual solvents-nya, ini filter integrity. Ini adalah termasuk kendali kualitas pre-release. Kemudian conditional release, di mana radiofarmaka ini sudah digunakan untuk diberikan kepada pasien, namun belum melakukan uji yang meliputi uji stabilitas, gitu ya. Kemudian karena uji stabilitas itu biasanya dilakukan setelah pasien ini diinjeksikan. Gitu ya. Kemudian ada quality control post release, microbiological purity and endotoxin level. Kemudian ini adalah terakhir ada final release. Lanjut. Ini adalah quality controlnya, salah satu quality controlnya sebelum rilis adalah menganalisa kemurnian kimia dan radiokimianya dengan menggunakan HPLC. Jika melakukan analisa kemurnian radiokimianya, maka digunakan radio HPLC yang dilengkapi dengan detektor radioaktif. Kemudian juga bisa dilakukan dengan TLC dan gas kromatografi. Ini adalah alat yang biasa digunakan untuk menguji kemurnian kimia ataupun radiokimia dari radiofarmaka. Lanjut. Nah, ini adalah kendali kualitas untuk kemurnian radionuklidanya dengan menggunakan spektroskopi gamma. Jadi kita bisa mengetahui apakah radionuklida yang kita gunakan itu memiliki kemurnian yang kemurnian yang tinggi untuk nanti digunakan untuk mengikat pada suatu biomolekul atau obat. Lanjut. Ini quality control lainnya itu penentuan pH yang umumnya digunakan adalah pH kertas ya. Namun pH kertasnya harus diyakinkan adalah sudah valid ya. Lanjut. Nah, ini adalah tantangan ke depannya bagi pengembangan radiofarmaka. Kita ketahui bahwa radiofarmaka itu melibatkan berbagai macam multidisiplin dan banyak keahlian dari berbagai macam bidang, khususnya pada bidang onkologi, farmakologi, medical fisik, ataupun radionuclide imaging dan dosimetrinya. Nah, kebanyakan dari perusahaan farmaka itu tidak familiar dengan aspek radiasi dari radionuklida ataupun dari radiofarmakanya. Nah, oleh karena itu informasi dan pengetahuan dirasa perlu untuk membuat komunitas yang terlibat untuk bisa mengembangkan radiofarmaka untuk tujuan nantinya klinis itu sangat dibutuhkan. Ini adalah akhir dari slide saya. Terima kasih. Saya kembalikan kepada Ibu MC.
Baik, terima kasih Bu Rien atas paparannya, sangat menarik ya. Ini sesuatu yang baru di dunia perobatan farmasi. Oke, baiklah sekarang kita akan membuka sesi tanya jawab untuk Bu Rien. Mungkin sesi pertama sama seperti sesi sebelumnya, saya beri kesempatan untuk para kadet farmasi. Di sini sudah ada Fatku. Silahkan Fatku, saya ingin bertanya langsung.
Terima kasih kepada moderator. Mohon izin sebelumnya. Perkenalkan, nama saya Sersan Kadet Patkurahman. Izin bertanya, radiofarmasi ini kan basisnya dari senyawa radioaktif yang bersifat radiasi. Namun, bagaimana mekanismenya senyawa radiofarmaka ini bisa menjadi obat dan bagaimana keamanannya jika dibandingkan dengan obat biasa? Terima kasih.
Oke, salam kenal. Tadi Mas Fatur ya, mengenai siapa? Oh ya, Fatku. Oke. Maaf, salam kenal. Iya, jadi mengenai alur ya, alur dari apa namanya sintesis di lab sampai nantinya digunakan untuk tujuan klinis ya sangat panjang ya. Karena kan tadi yang saya sebutkan di slide itu ada apa namanya kendali kualitas setelah kita siapkan di lab gitu ya. Kemudian nanti ada uji preklinis, kemudian nanti uji klinis ke apa ke manusia, kemudian nanti juga apa namanya karena ada aspek kimia dan radiasi di dalam radiofarmaka, jadi keamanan dan apa namanya khasiat ya tentunya harus sangat apa namanya dipertimbangkan gitu ya, dievaluasi. Nah ini apa namanya tadi yang seperti yang di slide saya itu ada alurnya gitu ya, dari produksi, kemudian ada kendali kualitasnya, kemudian sampai post release. Nah untuk sampai digunakan nanti apa radiofarmaka yang dikembangkan itu juga harus di approve oleh apa namanya Badan POM ya kalau badan regulasi di kita, dan juga dari Bapeten karena meliputi aspek radiasinya. Ya. Apakah cukup jelas?
Siap, terima kasih sudah.
Oke, Fatku sudah cukup jelas jawabannya?
Sudah.
Oke, pertanyaan selanjutnya ini ada dari Kadet Nizam, Burin. Kadet Nizam, apakah sudah siap untuk memaparkan pertanyaannya?
Siap, sudah.
Oke, silahkan Kadet Nizam.
Terima kasih atas kesempatannya. Perkenalkan, saya Sersan Kadet Nizam. Izin bertanya, jadi dijelaskan tadi perbedaan dari radiofarmaka dan radioterapi itu kan dari cara pemberiannya begitu. Nah, untuk perbedaan lainnya apakah ada seperti keefektivitasannya atau toksisitasnya? Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Mas Nizam ya. Adek mestinya Adek Nizam. Oke, saya coba jelaskan. Jadi tadi kan saya menyebutkan bahwa radioterapi itu beda dengan radiofarmaka ya. Karena radioterapi itu mungkin Mas Nizam sudah tahu external beam radiation. Jadi radiasinya itu memang dipaparkan dari luar tubuh. Nah, kalau radiofarmaka itu diberikan secara sistemik, bisa per oral, bisa inhalasi. Nah, karena diberikan secara sistemik atau apa namanya secara lokoregional ya, bisa diinjeksikan langsung ke organ yang penyakit, jadi lebih mengobati ke penyakitnya dan minimal toksisitasnya, berbeda dengan radiasi yang dari luar, karena kan tidak mengetahui kan apakah ini penyakitnya ataukah sel normalnya gitu, dan ini akhirnya menjadi fitur yang kelebihan dari radiofarmaka ini gitu. Dan biasanya radiofarmaka ini karena sistemik, jadi dia interaksinya itu bisa melalui agen apa sih namanya kayak tadi biomolekul yang mengarahkan kepada penyakit itu, misalnya entah antibodi, entah peptida yang bisa membawa si radionuklida ini hanya ke kanker atau penyakit lainnya gitu. Jadi nggak ke sel normalnya. Jadi bisa diharapkan toksisitasnya itu minimal dibandingkan radioterapi. Begitu Mas Nizam.
Terima kasih atas jawabannya.
Ya, sama-sama.
Terima kasih Kadet Nizam untuk pertanyaannya, dan terima kasih Burin untuk jawabannya. Mungkin ada satu lagi Kadet yang ingin bertanya, Burin. Boleh ya, Burin?
Oke, silakan dengan senang hati.
Banyak mengeksplor Kadet ingin bertanya. Kayak Kadet selanjutnya ada Muhammad Iksan Adil. Silahkan jika ingin bertanya.
Ya, selamat pagi, Dokter. Izin bertanya mengenai radiofarmaka. Apakah radiofarmaka ini ada batasannya dalam pemberiannya? Jika terlalu banyak tuh apa dampaknya? Nah, kan pasti suatu obat tuh tidak menutup kemungkinan ada terjadi kesalahan ketika pemberian. Apakah sudah ada kayak seperti antisipasi nanti ketika terjadi kesalahan, maka yang harus dilakukan seperti ini, seperti itu. Siap, terima kasih.
Terima kasih Mas Iksan pertanyaannya ya. Jadi apa namanya ketika tadi yang disebutkan di slide ya, kalau ada quality control terhadap kemurnian radiokimia, maksudnya jadi radiofarmaka itu sudah dijamin itu murni dan mengandung istilahnya spesi kimia yang hanya mentarget kepada organ sasarannya atau situs dari penyakitnya gitu ya. Kemudian apakah nanti bisa terjadi kayak efek farmakologis. Nah, tadi saya sebutkan juga di slide pertama ya. Kalau untuk radiofarmaka diagnosa itu pemberiannya itu sangat pemberian contohnya tadi kan radiofarmaka itu kan tadi ada radionuklida dan farmaka. Nah, farmakanya ini diberikan dalam jumlah yang sangat kecil gitu. Konsentrasi kimia yang sangat kecil, makanya disebut radio tracer. Jadi hanya untuk merunut. Jadi dan dijamin atau diharapkan tidak menghasilkan suatu efek farmakologis. Tapi untuk radiofarmaka terapi itu efek dari terapinya ini adalah hasil dari radiasi pengionnya itu. Untuk radionuklida terapi itu kan biasanya partikel alfa atau beta ya. Nah, kajian apakah nantinya maksudnya kita tidak pasti ada minimal toksisitas ya. Maksudnya toksisitas itu nggak mungkin 0%, tapi pasti ada jumlah tertentu. Nah, ini mengapa untuk theranostic ini ada pemberian radiofarmaka diagnosa yang memprediksi apakah si pasien nantinya yang misalnya merespon terhadap radiofarmaka diagnosa ini akan efektif jika diberikan terapi selanjutnya gitu ya, dengan senyawa yang sama tapi diikatkan dengan radionuklida terapi. Kemudian ada kajian dosimetri. Jadi pemberian radiofarmaka diagnosa juga bisa mengevaluasi apakah suatu pasien tertentu ini efektif untuk diberikan dosis tertentu. Gitu. Jadi makanya arah dari radiofarmaka theranostic ini adalah untuk personalized medicine. Jadi karena setiap individu itu kan memiliki variasi variation individual ya. Begitu. Jadi ada kajian dosimetri juga selain dari kendali atau quality control dari produksi radiofarmaka itu sendiri. Itu Mas Iksan, semoga menjawab pertanyaannya.
Bagaimana, Iksan?
Siap, ya terima kasih, sangat menjawab sekali.
Terima kasih.
Oke, apakah ada yang ingin bertanya lagi dari kadet, panelis, ataupun audiens kepada Ibu Rien? Mungkin ini pertanyaan terakhir ya, Bu Rien. Oke. Oh, ada dua, ada Musadat dan ada Sela. Pusadat, kadet Pusadat. Kadet Pusadat siap bertanya. Kadet Pusadat, apakah akan bertanya? Ya. Sebentar, Bu Rien. Oke, kadet Pusadat. Tadi raise hand, apakah akan bertanya?
Kepencet mungkin ya.
Pencet. Oh, nggak ada suaranya, Musadat. Belum ada suaranya, kadet Musadat.
Ini kadet angkatan pertama, Bu Ririn.
Ya.
Oh, gitu, Bu.
Ya.
Kadet yang famous, Bu Rin, ini. Oke, silakan, Musadat.
Izin bertanya, dosen, apakah...
Iya, Mas Musadat.
Pertanyaannya ke Bu Rin, ya.
Mohon izin bertanya. Tadi kan sudah dikatakan bahwa radiofarmaka itu digunakan untuk terapi-terapi orang yang mengidap penyakit seperti kanker. Apakah ada bahaya radiasi jangka panjang dari radiofarmaka dan apakah ada interaksi molekul antara partikel nuklir dengan zat-zat lain di dalam tubuh yang dapat membahayakan manusia? Sekian, terima kasih.
Terima kasih pertanyaannya. Ini makin siang kayaknya makin ini nih tingkat kesulitannya ya pertanyaan.
Kayak ujian ya Bu Ririn ya.
Oke, Mas Sadat, pertanyaannya menarik ya. Jadi apa namanya pemberian radiofarmaka memang untuk tujuan apa tadi terapi penyakit ya, salah satunya kanker ya. Kemudian efeknya ya, ini Mas Sadatnya, ya.
Sadat, Burin mengkonfirmasi pertanyaannya.
Ya, efek terapi jangka panjang berarti ya. Untuk efek terapi itu biasanya apa namanya dilakukan kajian juga ya, namanya apa retrospektif ya kalau untuk kajian ke depan ya, biasanya dievaluasi gitu. Nanti ada kajiannya lagi Mas apa namanya. Tapi sejauh ini pemberian radiofarmaka itu kan apa responnya itu biasanya makanya pentingnya apa namanya theranostic ini gitu ya, radiofarmaka theranostic ini. Jadi memang di radiofarmaka terapi yang diberikan itu ketika suatu pasien itu merespon terhadap radiofarmaka diagnosanya gitu. Jadi dan setiap pasien itu kan ya berbeda ya tadi ya kondisi klinisnya. Nah, itu yang menjadi fitur keunggulan dari theranostic ini gitu. Menjawab nggak, Mas Sadat?
Bagaimana Sadat?
Baik, terima kasih Ibu.
Oke, sudah puas sepertinya. Oh, ada satu lagi. Gimana? Mungkin waktunya sudah. Oh, boleh. Oke, dari panitia memperbolehkan satu lagi. Bagaimana, Burin?
Iya, boleh.
Sepertinya menarik sekali Burin ini.
Siap, Kopral Kadet Luluk Sakdia izin bertanya.
Oke, Kopral Kadet Luluk silahkan.
Tadi kan sempat dijelaskan beberapa contoh produksi dari radionuklida. Nah, salah satu contohnya itu ada siklotron. Untuk penggunaan siklotron sendiri dalam terapi maligna, apakah digunakan dalam single use terapi atau combination terapi? Dan untuk efek kegagalan atau kecelakaan yang diakibatkan oleh ketidakakuratan dalam memperhitungkan parameter-parameter iradiasi dari penggunaan siklotron ini, apakah ada?
Oke. Ini terkait produksi radionuklidanya ya, Mbak Lulu ya. Ya, jadi siklotron ini untuk memproduksi radionuklida medisnya, Mbak Lulu. Jadi bukan untuk terapinya, tapi device-nya, jadi peralatan atau fasilitas yang bisa memproduksi radionuklida medis yang nantinya digunakan untuk penyiapan radiofarmakanya, begitu. Jadi siklotronnya itu bukan terapinya, tapi lebih ke device seperti reaktor, generator gitu ya.
Bagaimana Kadet Lulu? Sudah mungkin cukup untuk kita jawabnya, Burin. Sebenarnya kadet-kadet ini antusias untuk belajar radiofarmasi ya, Burin.
Alhamdulillah.
Kuliahnya nanti Burin, ada kuliahnya.
Mungkin Burin bisa menjadi dosen tamu di
Insya Allah. Insya Allah.
Oke.
Dengan senang hati.
Ya, baiklah. Terima kasih sekali Burin untuk presentasi dan sesi tanya jawabnya yang sangat luar biasa. Namun mohon maaf karena keterbatasan waktu, mungkin kita bisa berjumpa di lain waktu. Sebelumnya izinkan kami dari panitia untuk memberikan kenang-kenangan berupa sertifikat kepada Burin. Kepada Profesor Dr. Apoteker Rien Harahap, kami persilahkan.
Ya. Ya, terima kasih ya Burin ya atas presentasinya yang sangat luar biasa ya. Dan ini kan kalau saya perhatikan tadi banyak ke personalized medicine ya, sepertinya targeted therapy ini. Nah, ini ke depan sangat menjanjikan dan mudah-mudahan nanti kita dapat bekerja sama ya Burin ya. Kami sangat antusias ingin bekerja sama dengan BRIN tentunya, karena di Farmasi Militer ada juga bidang ilmu kimia farmasi, farmakologi, dan ada farmasi militer juga ya, dan juga bidang yang lainnya. Farmasi klinik, biologi farmasi, teknologi farmasi. Nah, ini semuanya nanti bisa ya kita bekerja sama, karena ini sebenarnya melanjutkan ya pembicaraan kita sebelumnya. Dan syukur alhamdulillah kadet kami itu sangat antusias ya terhadap kuliah Burin. Tadi itu ada kadet yang dari kohort 1 dan kohort 2. Jadi kohort 1 itu angkatan 1, kohort 2 itu angkatan 2. Pangkatnya kalau yang kohort 1 sersan, kalau yang kohort 2 itu kopral. Jadi mereka karena sudah ya ikut akmil ya 2 bulan. Terima kasih sekali lagi Burin. Semoga apa yang disampaikan bermanfaat ya, berkah ya. Sukses selalu ya. Sukses selalu.
Amin.
Burin.
Terima kasih Prof. Sehat selalu juga untuk Prof.
Sehat selalu. Ya.
Terima kasih Burin. Semoga bisa berkolaborasi di lain waktu ya Burin.
Insya Allah. Terima kasih dengan senang hati.
Baiklah Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, akhirnya kita sudah sampai di akhir agenda untuk acara kuliah pakar ini. Saya sebagai moderator ingin mengucapkan banyak terima kasih kepada para narasumber yang sudah sangat luar biasa dalam menyampaikan presentasinya, dan kepada para panelis serta audien yang sudah sangat aktif dalam bertanya. Selain itu juga saya selaku moderator ingin memohon maaf jika selama membersamai acara kuliah pakar ini banyak kekurangan dan kesalahan. Hopefully this event will give a benefit for us. Thank you for your attention. See you later. Saya kembalikan kepada Bu Renata selaku MC. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
For conducting a great lecture session. Baik Bapak Ibu, saat ini kita sudah memasuki sesi terakhir dari kuliah pakar. Mengingatkan kembali kepada seluruh peserta kuliah pakar untuk mengisi daftar hadir serta mengerjakan post-test untuk mendapatkan sertifikat. Sertifikat hanya akan diberikan kepada peserta yang memenuhi syarat, dan sertifikat akan dikirimkan melalui email ke masing-masing peserta. Untuk waktu pengerjaan post-test adalah 30 menit setelah dibagikan dengan nilai minimal 80. And now is the time that everybody is waiting for. We also have of Pharma Corps competition, which also organized by the Faculty of Military Farmasi, the Republik of Indonesia Defense University. Sebagai informasi, kegiatan Pharma Corps telah dilaksanakan sejak Februari 2022 dan final kegiatan diadakan pada Minggu 27 Maret 2022 dengan 4 kategori kompetisi antara lain Corps Scooter, Corps Innovation, Corps Poster, dan Video Counseling dan Edukasi Farmasi. Tanpa berlama-lama, langsung saja kita berikan kesempatan kepada panitia Pharma Corps Competition untuk mengumumkan pemenang dari kompetisi. Silakan.
Pharma Corps 2022. Fight without hesitation.
Cause you're a sky full of stars. I'm gonna give you my heart. Cause you're a sky full of stars. Cause you light up the path. I don't care, go on and tear me apart. I don't care if you do. Cause in the sky full of stars, I think I saw you.
Pharma Corps 2022.
Juara favorit
lomba video edukasi dan konseling dimenangkan oleh Ahmad Abdil Haq dari Universitas Gadjah Mada. Juara 3, lomba video edukasi dan konseling dimenangkan oleh Rien Enrico Sebastian dari Universitas Gadjah Mada. Juara 2, lomba video edukasi dan konseling dimenangkan oleh Muhammad Farhan Ardiansyah dari Universitas Gadjah Mada. Juara 1, lomba video edukasi dan konseling dimenangkan oleh Indana Lazulfa dari Universitas Gadjah Mada. Juara favorit lomba poster dimenangkan oleh Nimade Elvina Damayanti dari SMA Negeri 1 Denpasar. Juara 3 lomba poster dimenangkan oleh Hira Aldiana Zahra dari Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Juara 2 lomba poster dimenangkan oleh Erika Tanuwijaya dari Universitas Indonesia. Juara 1 lomba poster dimenangkan oleh Nicholas Yakub dari Universitas Airlangga. Juara favorit lomba skuter dimenangkan oleh Imania Afidatus dari Universitas Gadjah Mada. Juara 3 lomba skuter dimenangkan oleh Tegar Mulia Rahayu dari Universitas Pertahanan Republik Indonesia. Juara 2 lomba skuter dimenangkan oleh Imania Afidatus dari Universitas Gadjah Mada. Juara 1 lomba skuter dimenangkan oleh Nisi Ashley dari Universitas Gadjah Mada. Best Presenter lomba Innovations dimenangkan oleh Dita Dwi Zainatus Nur Aini dari Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Juara 3 lomba Innovations dimenangkan oleh Amanda Faras Wijdan dari UIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta. Juara 2 lomba Innovations dimenangkan oleh Putri Karima Bestari dari Institut Teknologi Bandung. Juara 1 lomba Innovations dimenangkan oleh Dita Dwi Zainatus Nur Aini dari Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta.
Oke, selamat untuk para pemenang. Congratulations to all the winners. We hope this competition will be a sweet memory to all the contestants. Nevertheless, you win or lose. To me, everyone is a winner as you have battled yourself to step on the stage to overcome your fear and deliver your best performance. Baiklah hadirin peserta Kuliah Pakar Seri-9, demikianlah akhir kegiatan hari ini. Atas nama seluruh panitia, kami mengucapkan terima kasih atas kehadiran hadirin sekalian. Mohon maaf apabila terdapat kekurangan dan kesalahan selama kegiatan berlangsung. Thank you once again for all of your support and participation. Setelah ini akan kami putarkan video untuk seminar internasional dari Fakultas Farmasi Militer Unhan RI ICOPMAP 2022. Sampai jumpa pada kegiatan kuliah pakar seri selanjutnya. Salam bela negara.
Izin live Ibu Dekan, Prof. Diana.
Terima kasih Pak Rusdi.
Selamat Prof. Diana, ya acaranya sukses.
Terima kasih Prof. Asya.
Selamat pagi, terima kasih. Prof.
Salam bela negara. Terima kasih.
Salam bela
Pak
negara
Dekan.
dan izin live Prof Diana.
Terima kasih.
Congratulations,
Pak Dekan.
Prof, terima kasih Prof. Izin.
Ya, terima kasih Pak Dekan, Dekam SFP. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih.
Ya, sama-sama.
Congratulations, everybody. Congratulations, Prof.
Thank you, Bu Edita Duarte.
Bu Edita, terima kasih.
Thank you for your participation.
Izin live Prof Diana.
Ibu,
Ya,
hebat,
terima
Prof.
kasih. Ibu Ririn, terima kasih banyak. Nanti kita kolaborasi ya.
Iya, insya Allah Prof. Terima kasih banyak Prof. Undangannya. Sehat selalu Prof.
Ya, terima kasih semuanya partisipan ya sudah
Terima kasih
berkenan
semuanya,
hadir.
Izin. Assalamualaikum.
Ya. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
I could run, I could cry, I could plead. I could say it's never gonna get any better and leave. I could throw my hands up, I could fall to my knees. I could tell myself I'm strong enough to give all the love that I need.
Ini kita acara
But I still need you to ease my load. Hold me when the lightning strikes. Lead me home when I don't know which way is right. Love me when it's hard. I promise that I'm not leaving from your side. And when I fall apart, promise in the dark you'll be my nightlight. Ooh, you'll be my nightlight. Ooh, you'll be my nightlight. You'll be my I could count every time that I fall in. Even when I'm in so deep, it gets hard to see you're still all in. I've been lost by myself in the darkness. Know that I can find my way even on the days when it's hardest. You'll be my nightlight.
datang di Fakultas Farmasi Militer Universitas Pertahanan Republik Indonesia, bertempat di kawasan IPSC Sentul, Bogor, didirikan oleh Kementerian Pertahanan pada 11 September 2020, menjadikan universitas ini berjiwa bela negara tinggi untuk mewujudkan pertahanan negara. Ancaman pertahanan negara dan keamanan nasional dalam era damai maupun perang mendorong berdirinya Fakultas Farmasi Militer sebagai penguatan kemiliteran dalam bidang farmasi. Oleh karena itu, perlunya penanganan khusus dari sumber daya manusia yang terlatih dan memiliki keahlian spesifik sehingga tenaga kesehatan khususnya farmasi dapat diterapkan secara optimal.
Misi Fakultas Farmasi Militer Universitas Pertahanan Republik Indonesia yaitu menjadi unggulan bidang farmasi militer pada tahun 2024 di tingkat global yang melestarikan nilai-nilai kebangsaan. Adapun perwujudan visi tersebut direpresentasikan melalui misi Fakultas Farmasi Militer Universitas Pertahanan Republik Indonesia sebagai berikut. Sedangkan visi program studi sarjana ilmu farmasi Fakultas Farmasi Militer Universitas Pertahanan Republik Indonesia yaitu menjadi pusat unggulan pendidikan sarjana ilmu farmasi yang memiliki semangat bela negara dalam bidang sains teknologi, farmasi klinik, dan farmasi militer untuk mengatasi tantangan terhadap pertahanan negara dan keamanan nasional. Adapun perwujudan visi tersebut direpresentasikan melalui misi program studi sarjana ilmu farmasi Fakultas Farmasi Militer Universitas Pertahanan Republik Indonesia sebagai berikut. Fakultas Farmasi Militer memiliki satu program studi yaitu program studi sarjana ilmu farmasi yang memiliki beban kuliah sebanyak 146 SKS dengan mata kuliah unggulan sebanyak 22% dari total keseluruhan SKS.
Berikut terlampir struktur organisasi Fakultas Farmasi Militer Universitas Pertahanan Republik Indonesia beserta dosen-dosen. Sebelum pembelajaran dimulai, ketua kelas melakukan laporan kekuatan jumlah personel yang siap melakukan pembelajaran.
Lapor, formasi, siap, mengikuti pembelajaran. Lanjutkan. Masuk. Mulai, pembelajaran, mulai.
Dalam kurun 2 tahun ini, Fakultas Farmasi Militer Universitas Pertahanan Republik Indonesia sudah menyumbangkan kontribusi di bidang penelitian, bukan hanya dari dosen saja, melainkan para kadet mahasiswa, terutama di 5 bidang farmasi, yaitu biologi farmasi, kimia farmasi, farmasi klinik, farmasetika, dan farmakologi serta farmasi militer yang dapat menunjang kehidupan di TNI. Penelitian tersebut berupa penetapan kadar suatu obat, pengujian aktivitas obat, dan mekanisme zat aktif dari bahan alam, pembelajaran mengenai bagaimana pengujian sediaan farmasi sehingga sediaan farmasi siap beredar di pasaran. Farmasi militer Militer Universitas Pertahanan Republik Indonesia memiliki pusat layanan konsultasi dan informasi obat sebagai sebuah pusat pelayanan beserta pusat studi farmasi militer. Para kadet dapat menambah wawasan keilmuan dengan melakukan literasi di perpustakaan dan ruang baca sebagai sarana referensi keilmuan yang dapat digunakan yang terdiri dari e-library dari Oxford dan Cambridge. Di samping mengembangkan kegiatan akademik, para kadet dituntut untuk memiliki fisik yang prima dan terengginas dengan memanfaatkan beberapa fasilitas olahraga seperti gym dan lapangan olahraga. Para kadet dapat memanfaatkan waktu hari Sabtu dan Minggu untuk olahraga di gym dan lapangan. MES sebagai rumah kedua bagi para kadet untuk melaksanakan aktivitas sehari-harinya selain aktivitas pembelajaran di kampus, di antaranya bangun tidur pada pukul 4, dilanjutkan dengan menata kasur agar kasur tetap rapi. PUDD dirapikan. Olahraga pagi untuk menjaga kebugaran tubuh diiringi dengan penguatan seperti push up dan sit up. Kemudian belajar mandiri maupun diskusi di MES untuk menguatkan materi yang Indonesia. Para kadet melakukan kegiatan makan bersama secara terpimpin di dining hall. Fakultas Farmasi Militer Universitas Pertahanan Republik Indonesia menjalin kerjasama baik secara nasional maupun internasional dengan pihak internasional seperti Universitas Sains Malaysia, Mahidol University, dan Universitas Kebangsaan Malaysia. Dengan lembaga TNI yaitu Lembaga Farmasi AU Rusian FNB, Lembaga Biomedis TNI AD, TNI AL, dengan universitas ternama seperti ITB, UI, UGM, Unpad, BNNRI, PT Kimia Farma, dan pihak-pihak lainnya. Banyak prestasi yang ditorehkan oleh para kadet maupun para dosen. Salah satunya publikasi jurnal internasional oleh Kadet Musadat Furqon Baihaqi. Di samping itu, para dosen telah mempublikasikan banyak jurnal internasional berkelas kuartil 1 dan 2. Salah satunya berjudul Chemical Properties, Biological Activities and Poisoning Treatment of Novichok Review. Berbagai event telah dilaksanakan oleh Fakultas Farmasi Militer Universitas Pertahanan Republik Indonesia, di antaranya International Conference on Pharmaceutical Science and Military Pharmacy (ICOPMEP) dan Kuliah Pakar dengan mengangkat berbagai tema yang berhubungan dengan farmasi militer yang telah dilakukan sebanyak 7 kali dalam 1 tahun. kadet tidak hanya menjalankan perkuliahan seperti pada umumnya, tetapi para kadet juga disibukkan dengan unit kegiatan mahasiswa yang dilaksanakan pada hari Sabtu, di antaranya kolintang, basket, voli, karya tulis ilmiah, debat, tenis meja, tenis lapangan, paduan suara yaitu suara Nusantara, silat merpati putih yang melatih para kadet untuk memiliki kekuatan fisik yang tangkas, kuat, dan terengginas, serta drum band.